Welcome to the Jamal Thomas Morning Show. We started a little bit early this morning. I have a fantastic guest, a fan favorite, with me, Alex Krainer. And just to give his bio, I think the audience knows who you are, but just as a force of habit. Alex Krainer is founder of Krainer Analytics and creator of iSystem Trends Following. He has worked as a market analyst, researcher, trader, hedge fund manager since 1996. He's authored several books, including Mastering Uncertainty in Commodities Trading, The Grand Deception, and Alex Krainer's Trend Following Bible, and a damn good geopolitical analyst in his own right. How you doing, man? You doing okay today?
I'm doing well, Jamal. Thank you for having me. Good to be with you again.
No, thank you for joining me. I'm curious on your take, just to step into this, on the 12-day war between Iran and Israel. We have discussed this once before, and I don't remember your take originally. I don't know if you thought that they wouldn't do this because it was irrational to do it, but obviously they did it. They attacked Iran in the middle of quote-unquote negotiations. I think I've said before, I never really believed those negotiations were real. And those negotiations ultimately weren't real. Surprise attack, internal, external, even though they kept claiming it was about nukes, ultimately it was a regime change operation that they weren't able to accomplish. And within 12 days, Israel was effectively screaming for a ceasefire. Trump gets involved, does an attack. I strongly suspect that that attack had more to do with a warning of stop, our client can't keep going. In which case Iran did their own theatrical attack, in which case it came to a close under what they're calling a ceasefire. Give me your take just as a general overview, and we can step into it from there.
I think there are still a few plausible explanations about everything that happened. So it's not clear to me which one of them is correct, but what we know now is that this attack was being planned since September or October of last year, so before Donald Trump came to the office. And it's obvious why. You know, the name of the game always has been regime change. And you need regime change if you want to secure your hegemony in the region. And I think that last time I was on your podcast, we talked about why hegemony is important. Ultimately, it boils down to colonial plunder. Mm-hmm. And if governments who wish to use their nation's resource wealth to improve life in their own country, to use those resources to the benefits of their own people who want to be sovereign in how they govern themselves, well, then they are automatically an enemy of the Western Empire, and they have to be eliminated. Iran's nuclear program was always simply the pretext, let's call it a palatable justification for intervening, because, you know, the Western media have been so saturated for so long about Iran's nuclear program. It's almost like that thing, vaccines are safe and effective. You know, it's one of those things being repeated to the point where most people don't even question it. But I question, what is the problem with Iran having a nuclear program? What's the problem exactly? They have a sovereign right to it. And under international law, right? They are a signatory nation of a nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Up until now, they have fully cooperated with the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency. They've been, let's call it reasonably transparent and dramatically more transparent about their program than Israel ever was, right? Completely non-transparent, and has between 80 and 400 nuclear warheads. And then everybody has to understand that Iran making itself a nuclear threshold state, meaning they don't have a nuclear weapon, but they have set themselves up so that they can produce one on short order. And the reason why they would do that is not because they're evil, but because having a nuclear weapon is widely regarded as, it's not widely regarded, it factually is a deterrent. It's a deterrent. So if your enemy, the country that wants to take you down, that wants to destroy you, that wants to regime change you, has between 80 and 400 nuclear warheads, well, then having a nuclear weapon is a deterrent. So if you want to prevent the other side from ever even considering launching a nuclear attack on you, then you want to have a nuclear weapon yourself.
Right.
So Iran has a fatwa against nuclear weapons because their leadership, their theocratic leadership, decided it was un-Islamic. And we have to explain that because many people are repeating this thing about fatwa. They don't really understand what it is. In Islam, killing a non-combatant, killing an unarmed person, an innocent, is not allowed. I know that sounds strange because we've got also inured to these, MI6 CIA version of Islam where they just kill people willy-nilly if they look them sideways.
Yeah.
Under true Islam, killing non-combatants is not allowed. This is why a nuclear weapon is not allowed as a weapon of war. But at the same time, they don't want to allow themselves to be destroyed. So, as a matter of deterrence, they made themselves a threshold state. Okay. So now that's the kind of like the foundation of the situation. Now, what is Donald Trump's role in all this? So obviously, the decision to attack has been made maybe 7, 8, 9 months before. It has been thoroughly planned and prepared. And the structures of government, the structures of, the how do you call it, the intelligence services, the special forces, the spy networks involved in this are all there. They're all still there. They didn't disappear the day Donald Trump walked into the White House. Right. And so obviously this was going to go ahead. Now, my question is whether Donald Trump learned about all this and wasn't able to stop it. I remember when in the early days of negotiations between the Iranians and the Trump administration, the Witkoff returned once from Oman, thinking he had a deal because the Iranians agreed not to enrich uranium, to cease uranium enrichment beyond 3.75% or whatever that number is.
Yeah.
And so it was only going to be for peaceful purposes. So they are giving up nuclear weapons. And so Witkoff thought, okay, that's a deal. We got it. And then, as soon as he got back to New York, they wanted his head on a pike and Pete Hegseth. So I think that at that point, Trump probably realized that he can't hold these people back. And so I think that one possibility is that he let it happen to see what happens. Because what was unknown, the objective was regime change. Israelis had all these regime figures marked for assassination.
Right.
So I think that Trump wanted to let it happen, see the consequences, and then, if the regime falls, he climbs up, declares victory, and says look at what we've done. That horrible regime is no more, and I was in charge of it all along, and I made this happen, and so forth. The second possibility, which I consider more likely, is that he didn't want a regime change. but he had to let the Israelis run their operation. And then he took charge, meaning, okay, I got to go against Iran. I can't get away with not intervening. And so they called up the Iranians directly, indirectly. I don't know how exactly that happened. And they told them, look, we can't hold these people back. We're going to have to bomb your nuclear program. You have 2 or 3 days to prepare yourself, evacuate what you need to evacuate, and then we're going to be done with it. It's going to be one thing, we're going to declare victory, and it's done, and then we go on with other things. So that's what happened. And I didn't really think the attack was going to happen, because remember, he said, I'll decide in 2 weeks, and then 3 days later, he was bombing. So I thought that he was going to really decide in 2 weeks. And then I thought, if there's an attack, it's going to be a fake one. And we're going to know that it was going to be fake by the way Iranians react. Because if the Iranians launch a fake retaliation, then it's clear that it was prearranged. That it was a choreographed act of war, so that everybody could then go back to their corners, declare victory, and by Trump claiming that they completely obliterated Iranian nuclear program, what he's done, he's removed the justification for war.
Right there.
So if he removes the justification for war, then you can't go to war again. And then they immediately went into planning further negotiations. Trump explicitly said, no, I don't want a regime change. It's messy. These people are capable people. They're good tradesmen. They're good businessmen. They got a lot of oil. We want to go in there and do deals, right? That makes sense to me, for 2 reasons. Yeah, Iranians really have a lot of oil and a lot of potential in terms of economic development, whereas the Israelis are completely a liability. There's nothing to gain there other than giving Netanyahu another few weeks or months of political life. But it's all cost. Israel is just picking wars with every single neighbor, escalating, making things increasingly uglier. And it always falls back on the United States to come and bail them out for no gain whatsoever. So that's why I thought that Trump is probably trying to find a way to get out of a real war in the Middle East in order to do deals that are economically advantageous to the United States and that don't involve warfare, regime changes, and all this nonsense. But now, we have complications, because even though he has done all that, he has said, I don't want a regime change. I want to lift sanctions from Iran. I think that the Zionist fringe in the United States and in Israel understood that they got shafted. And so immediately they started, no. The nuclear program was not destroyed. It was not destroyed. We don't know where the uranium is, because they want to go back to war.
Right.
And it seems to me that this week, so what are we now? 30th June, Monday. That this week, the Israelis are planning further attacks on Iran. And so it looks like the situation is going to get out of control. Trump is going to find himself again in very deep dilemmas about how to act, and he can't take Iran's side.
Mm-hmm.
Politically at home, he cannot take Iran's side. He has to take Israel's side, but he has to also try to make it the least damaging to the United States as possible. So it's going to get complicated. But, in a nutshell, that's my take.
I agree with most of it. I have to be honest with you, though. I don't believe a word that ever comes out of Trump's mouth. He's a bad
Oh
liar.
yeah. I'm not saying that any part of, and I think, in fact, Jamal, I think that him being as promiscuous with the truth as he is actually, even if his intentions are good, they have very short legs. Because
Yeah.
if you launch into a lie, we obliterated the nuclear program, then immediately there's going to be a reaction saying like, no, you didn't. So
Yep.
you should say, we think we did, but now we have to send teams of investigators to establish, and we're going to pressure the Iranians to allow investigators in. And you gain weeks. Like this, his lie fell face down flat in a matter of hours.
Yeah. It's wild to me because his lies on some level give you some context to the truth because he's a bad liar. I agree. The reason why I agree with a lot of what you say, for one, when Trump said 2 weeks, I did a video and said attack is imminent. I was like, he's going to do it immediately. And the reason I thought that is because of the chum that was being put out into media. It was like J.D. Vance comes out and it's like, oh, I don't want to get involved in a war. It's like, okay, well, that's weird. At what point did you not want to get involved in a war? You guys been putting assets in the Middle East for the last several weeks. It's just bizarre. And, once before when Donald Trump tried to lull them into a sense of false security, okay, well, it just came across as more of the same in that sense. I agree with you that I don't think he wants a war in the Middle East, or at the very least a long-term war, which is the reason why he came out immediately saying it's all gone, it's destroyed, it's obliterated. Because in his mind, I want this to be over with, I want to move on. Yeah. And as you point out, the Israelis were like, nope, we're not done. We're not done. We're going to rearm. We're going to reload. And even before the ceasefire was called, meaning they were begging for a ceasefire for all intents and purposes. And they were still saying, yeah, once we get a ceasefire, we're going to go with the Lebanon model, which is effectively we're going to continue the war under the guise of a ceasefire. So agreed, Israel was not backing away from this. And in their mind, they've shown proof of concept that they can get Donald Trump involved on their side of it, whether he knew in advance or not. So, the fact that, one last point, I strongly suspect that what Donald Trump did when he bombed those sites, I agree with you, it was theatrical, but I think it was theatrical in the sense of Israel wanting a ceasefire, and he needed to get across Iran, get that ceasefire. That was his way of getting involved in order to try to get Israel out of the mess that it found itself in, because after 12 days, and that was the other part I wanted to get into you with, the cost. Israel has taken a massive cost in this, which gets across that they didn't expect a war of attrition. Like they expected a short, blunt regime change. And they didn't get that. I definitely want to get your take on this. So right here, DD Geopolitics, they do fantastic work. I know I keep saying that, but they do. Bloomberg, citing Israeli finance minister, reports that the damage for the 12-day war reached $3 billion, with the idea that this could go up to $12 billion. So meaning they want to do a budget, I think, if I remember correctly, for 60 billion shekels. I haven't been to Israel in a while, so I don't remember the conversion, but basically, let's say $20-30 billion over the course of the year because of the costs of the war, the damage, and everything else. Right off the bat, though, they're expecting a $12 billion hit for 12 days. That's astonishing. That's $1 billion a day. Give me your take on that. Like, what does this mean? Is it just because if you're right, and I think you are, they want to do this again. Well, they couldn't afford to do it for 12 days, and yet they're planning already to go into another conflict. It seems contradictory.
It certainly seems irrational, but I think there's, the leadership of Israel are extremely hubristic, messianic fanatics. And I think that, as far as Israel is concerned, I think they're past the game over notice, Yeah. It's the whole Zionist project is unraveling. And I think that its only hope is to drag the United States into a regional war or a world war. So for them, the worse, the better. Because now if they just stopped, they would have to rebuild their ports. They would have to make peace with the Palestinians. They would have to allow for the Palestinian state to exist alongside Israel. They would have to probably give up on Gaza. It's all of their choices are a massive climb down from their maximalist ambitions. So politically, it's not going to happen. It can't happen. So they will always be inclined to escalate in order to make things so horrible that they will force the United States into a war on their side. And then there's a hope that you'll be able to pull other powers on your side as well. Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, the Kurds. Who knows? But this point, I think they're doing a lot of wishful thinking and a lot of hoping for things that can't happen. Because even if today the United States came in on Israel's side, full hog, like with all of their assets that are available, they still couldn't defeat Iran. And these ideas like, oh, look how we took down Bashar al-Assad. Oh, look how we eliminated practically the whole leadership of Hezbollah in Lebanon. Oh, we can do the same in Iran. Hello? Iran is like 3 times the size of Syria.
Yeah.
92 million people. A huge army with hypersonic precision-guided missiles, with the whole axis of resistance still there that can be engaged, with millions of Palestinians in Jordan, like on the brink of overthrowing King Abdullah, with Egypt, whose military can't wait to go to war against against Israel. So there's so much stacked up against Israel, which is 100% completely dependent on the United States, Germany, Britain, and other European power, that what they're doing is completely suicidal. But it's worse than suicidal, because they want to drag us all into their war. And they're practically blackmailing the whole world with their Samson option. Yeah. Because they're saying, if we go down, you're all going down with us. And so you kind of can't ignore the situation and say, like, okay, you guys dug yourself into the hole, dig yourself out as best as you can. So it's a festering wound. Israel is finished. There's not going to be saving it. The question is whether it's going to be ended in like a quick and merciful way, or if it's going to be taken to a level of world war with nuclear weapons. So.
Now, why do you say it's finished? I'm curious. Dig into that for me. Is it the economics? Is it the issue of security? Meaning, this is supposed to be a safe space, and you have hundreds of thousands of people fleeing, basically, maybe not even coming back. Is it because the economy is in tatters? I mean, the economy wasn't even running during the course of the war. Like, they were effectively almost like somebody holding their breath underwater. Well, give me your take on it. Well, dig into it for me.
Well, it's all of these things that you mentioned. So Israel's economy is broken completely, and now 12 days of Iranian attacks, they lost all 3 ports. I don't know how long they're going to be out of commission, but a allegedly they sustained very, very severe damage. And even if they repair them, we now know that Iran can do this again any day. So Iran can basically strangle Israeli economy at their will. They destroyed the Ben Gurion airport is out of commission. Iranians can accurately target their infrastructure. They didn't destroy, but they heavily inflicted heavy damage on the big oil refinery near Haifa.
Yeah, that's out until October, I believe, or at the very least, their estimate is October.
Yes. And so you can't export, you can't import. Your people are deciding there's no future here anymore. We better get the hell out. So they're, a lot of them are trying to leave. There's reports that in Cyprus, Israelis are trying to buy up whatever they can, to set themselves up to live there. Others are going back to the United States, Canada, wherever they came from. And so you're on a decline, and your security situation has proven to be so fragile that, unless you resort to the nuclear option, you've actually sustained a strategic defeat. And this is not a small crisis that you can easily reverse. So now, international investors, are they going to go back to Israel? It's very unattractive at the moment, and I don't know if that's going to change in any short interval from here. And so for that reason, I think that, and then all that aside, political situation in Israel is absolutely explosive. And all the shenanigans about, Benjamin Netanyahu's court proceedings, the court cases against him, is further inflaming the political situation to the point where, many in Israel believe that the country might slip into a civil war. So let's remember, they are a settler colony that's been created and contrived in the Middle East for the purposes of maintaining Western hegemony in the region. They are not sustainable there long term. They were able to be sustained there with very heavy economic, financial, military assistance from the Western powers, very heavy propaganda in the West. The Western societies had to be continuously propagandized to support Israel. And all of this has now collapsed like a house of cards. And the country, a small country of 8-9 million people and shrinking, is surrounded by hostile powers. Hezbollah, a lot of Syrian society, or whatever factions are still there existing, are the enemies. The whole Iranian axis of resistance, Iran itself, Yemen, Egypt, and who knows, tomorrow it could be Jordan as well.
I'm curious on something. Why everything that you just said is perfectly rational and foreseeable? If security is one of the main points of, let's say, selling points of Israel, they went into war after war after war after war. Effectively, this idea of trying to create this greater Israel meant that you were in a perpetual war for nearly 2 years at this point, even going to the point of Iran. Meaning, even if you could get the United States involved, your country is going to get in tatters at this point, not to mention the people who are in the military who've been fighting these wars for the last 2 years. They didn't see this coming. That's the part that's mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, but what does that tell you? That tells you that Israel was never set up to be the safe homeland for the Jewish people. It was always created as a battering ram for the Western Empire to cynically exploit the Jewish people, to wage war on everybody, to the last Jew, to the last Israeli, if need be. You know, they don't care if they waste Israel completely, so long as they maintain their hegemony over the region so that they control trade and the resources of the region.
Mm-hmm.
If they kill every last Jew in the process, every last Israeli, they don't care. If they waste Israel completely, they don't care. It's the same as with Ukraine. You know, it's always imperialist, colonialist wars to keep everybody weak, exhausted, depleted, impoverished, in order for the Western financial centers to control the region with as little resources as necessary in terms of, military intelligence work, corporate diplomatic control, and all of these things. Because then they just walk in, they say, well, we're going to help you out. We would just like to be able to invest in this sector or that sector, or your ports or airports, or national lottery, health system, preferably, all of these things. And then whatever happens to these societies, if they're completely, totally destroyed, impoverished, they couldn't care less, including Israelis. Well, remember, 5 years ago, they had no qualms about using the Israeli people as guinea pigs for Pfizer. And Benjamin Netanyahu himself was in Davos bragging about how he can offer Israel as the largest open-air, real life experiment for the vaccines. Yeah. They don't care about the Israelis. They care about the Israelis about as much as they really care about the Iranian nuclear program. These are all just stories to sell to us. Oh, the Jewish people, they suffered. We have to protect them. They don't care. Oh, the Iranians, they have a nuclear program. We can't let that happen. It's too dangerous. We have to intervene. They don't care about that either. Freedom and democracy in Ukraine, same thing. It's always, the repeat of the colonial imperialist wars for control of the resources, so that the plunder, so that there's no opposition to the plunder, so that the wealth extraction conveyor belt is well oiled, and that it doesn't rust anywhere, so that it just, the financialized wealth from every part of the world just smoothly accrues to Western financial powers. And that's primarily the city of London and Wall Street, but then also Paris and other financial centers in the West.
Yeah. Is that what you think it was? That it was a gamble, kind of like in Ukraine, where it's, well, if we accomplish this, we'll be able to get their hands on the resources in Russia. Or in this case, if we can accomplish this, the government, the failed state of Iran, will be able to get our hands on the oil that is in Iran, which will pay for whatever we've expended in regards to this campaign. But in this case, it just failed. And so they're stuck with the hard costs of that failure.
Yes, that is part of the equation. But that's, these are the proximate goals. Yeah. The ultimate goal is always, as, Halford Mackinder articulated it, to defend and secure Western hegemony of the whole Eurasian landmass. Because, yes, if you prevail in Ukraine, you're going to use Ukrainian resources to float up your financial system and to pay for the whole expense. If you prevail against Iran, of course you're going to help yourself to the Iranian resources. But, taking out Ukraine from Russia, taking the Iran from installing a Western-friendly regime is moving the whole Middle East to the Western
Yes.
to the Western powers. But then they would continue. They would
Russia and China.
continue to destabilize Russia.
Mm-hmm.
They would prevent the creation and development of this north-south international transport corridor, which is the alternative to the Suez route, the faster, cheaper, and more efficient trade route that goes from the Indian Ocean through Persian Gulf, across through 9 Iranian ports to the Caspian, and then all the way up to St. Petersburg. And from there, it can go to the Western world as well. So you wanna prevent that from happening and favor the trade routes that you think you're going to be controlling. And then if they manage to destabilize and weaken Russia enough to be able to install some Vladimir Zelensky in the Kremlin type leader, then the next thing is they would use Russia as the battering ram against China.
Yes.
And they would take down China. And then, you dominate the whole Eurasian landmass. That has been the imperative. That has been the obsession of Western financial oligarchies for the last 200 years, if not more. Mm-hmm. So that's where we're at. And, Ukraine war was supposed to be an easy slam dunk against Russia. They thought they were going to provoke Russia into a quagmire, like they did in Afghanistan in the 1980s.
Right.
They saw that, and then they were going to hit Russia with these nuclear sanctions, collapse its economy. And then they thought that Vladimir Putin's government was going to fall like the Soviet government, and they thought they had that in the pocket. It didn't happen that way. So then they had to start and detonate the events in the Middle East. So we got October 7, 2023, right? Mm-hmm. And it didn't trigger an immediate regional war, even though that was clearly the hope that they had, because the Iranians were very restrained. They didn't fall into any provocations. Bashar al-Assad was also very cautious. And so then it became necessary to take down Bashar al-Assad's government in order to be able to take down the Iranian government. It's all failing. Regime change against Iran is failing. Syria is probably going to be a very costly quagmire for them. And Russia is now stronger than it's been before, than it's ever been. And their alliance with China and their mutual support with Iran, Russia supporting Iran, China supporting Iran, these are new developments that a few years ago were not part of the equation. And also the cessation of hostilities between the cessation of a hostile relationship between Saudi Arabia and Iran has also ended, and now they're allies and they mutually support one another. And so I think that what we're experiencing is the dying agony of the Western imperial system. But the battle is far from over. They're a wounded animal. They're very wounded animal, but they're very dangerous at that. And so it's going to continue to be bumpy and difficult, but I'm optimistic because I think that the Iranians, the Chinese, and the Russians have completely understood the Western game. They're not falling into cheap provocations. They're not reacting impulsively to events as they unfold. They're laser focused on their long-term security strategy, and they're prevailing. And Donald Trump is definitely, as much as one can criticize Donald Trump for a whole lot of reasons, he's definitely changing the course of US policy. And he's changing it away from imperial engagements towards multipolar integration. I know you're going to challenge me. Go.
I so disagree with you on that. I so disagree with you on that. All right, let's dig into that for a bit, for the time we have left. I know Donald Trump says he believes in multipolarity, but everything that he's doing is against multipolarity. So when he goes to Europe and says, I want you guys to put 5% in, it sounds like a diversification of resources. I need you all to deal with Europe while Israel deals with the Middle East, while we pivot to China. So in all three of the cases that you mentioned, is this kind of fulcrum of this kind of new multipolarity. You have a US administration that is doing everything in its power to try to deal with each of those issues. In fact, it's worse than that. I was going to bring out South Korea, where you get this attempted dictatorship that fails miserably, where they were trying to take over. They didn't trust the South Korean government. And so you have a situation where they were trying to create provocation with North Korea, even to the point of killing or disappearing some of its own people in order to make that provocation stick, with the notion being that the US gets control of South Korean military if there is a war, and that the US can pull that out. Now that matters for Ukraine. If indeed North Korean troops were fighting in Ukraine, they could then make the justification of putting South Korean troops into that area. Serbia looks like it's undergoing a color revolution at this moment. You have Romania, looked like it was undergoing a color revolution. Like, all of these places seem to be aspects that I would say empire, meaning the US, looks out at and says, okay, we are overextended. And so Europe, we need you to deal with the Ukraine issue or the Russia issue. We, Israel, our client, our proxy, we need you to deal with the issue in the Middle East. To your point, this didn't work though. I strongly suspect that Donald Trump was probably told Israel can do it, and Israel couldn't do it. Just like Joe Biden believed Ukraine could do it, and Ukraine couldn't do it. Give me your take on that, because I don't see Trump as pivoting away from hegemony. I see him as doubling down on hegemony while maybe using the words and terminology of multipolarity.
Yeah, so there's the possibility that everything he's doing is a big elaborate deception to make it appear like he's pivoting away from the empire, but he's actually doubling down. That's possible. However, Donald Trump has been consistent in his rhetoric and his signaling, in his positioning on this issue for, I would say, since the beginning, ever since he got into politics before the 2016 elections. Mm-hmm. I have to ask myself, why would he do any of that if he didn't mean it? Because if you see, as a billionaire, he could have stayed out of politics completely, contented himself to be a big donor to the DNC, a big donor to the RNC, and then to be the recipient of the state largesse, we can allow you, you can do this and you can do that, and we'll give you this government contract, and you can go develop, resorts in Saudi Arabia and everywhere where, like he could, if it were about money, he would have done a lot better if he stayed out of politics and just contented himself to be a donor to all these people and left it at that. He went into politics. Mm-hmm. The United States has already been the enforcement arm of the Western Empire since Harry Truman.
Yes.
At least, right? But with Harry Truman, it's become practically the undisputed national policy. And it's practically never been challenged. It's been challenged by, JFK, but we know how that ended. And so, if he went into politics and he said, business as usual, I'm going to continue the enforcement of hegemony, he wouldn't have political enemies at all. He wouldn't go through 8 years of investigations, demonizations 24/7 in the media, multiple impeachment hearings, 2 assassinations attempt, and so on. He would have been the darling of the establishment. And let's face it, the most powerful parts of that establishment are those who have benefited the most from the United States being the enforcement arm of the empire. And this is exactly the people who are going to be his enemies if he challenges their privilege. Mm-hmm. So he can't just go and, like JFK, say, hey, guess what? Your thing is over. There's going to be a change in course. He has to, if he wants to live, he has to be deceptive about this, and he has to be tricksy about it, and he has to make both sides think at the same time that he might be currying favor with them. It's almost, he's almost like in a position of being an undercover cop where, the drug cartel thinks he's their guy, and all the other people think that he's the drug cartel guy, so that nobody suspects what's coming. But let's see. If we're 50-50, either he's a grand deceiver who's just going to double down on the American empire, or he's a new George Washington who wants, or new Benjamin Franklin who wants the United States to be a republic and embrace multipolarity. Then the next clue I look for is how are the Russians and how are the West Europeans reacting to all this? And the Western Europeans, they couldn't hate him more if they tried. They're at the same time, they are being horrible brown nosers. Like it's vomit inducing to what extent they're brown nosing Trump, but at the same time they absolutely hate him. And if you read European newspapers, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, he's doing deals with China, he's doing deals with the Russians, and the Russian political establishment, they're all saying, no, we think that Trump is sincere. We want him to be successful. We're dealing with him, and we think we're going to do good things together with Trump. It's plausible that they're signaling like this also out of some complex psyop reason. But, I'm looking at the way things are happening on the ground. The United States really did extricate itself from Ukraine. And the United States is no longer even pretending that they're going to give security guarantees to Ukraine.
Right.
It is a massive blow to the empire, like an absolutely massive blow to the empire. Europeans, if they spent 50% of their GDP, could not replace the United States in time to reverse Ukraine's defeat. Mm-hmm. And then he was supposed to go to war against Iran and take down the Iranian regime. Well, the jury's still out, but it hasn't happened yet. And it does seem to me that he's trying to avoid going to war against Iran. So we'll see. But I tend to think that he's for real. And that's the reason why the British establishment, the European political establishment, the EU, not, people like Viktor Orban and Robert Fico and people like that, but the actual all banking oligarchy political establishment, absolutely rabidly hate Donald Trump. And he just announced a deal with a trade deal with the Chinese. Mm-hmm. The Chinese are paying attention. Would they deal with him if they thought he was like Joe Biden? I don't know. I understand why it's not easy to believe this. And it's not easy for me either. But on balance of evidence, I tend to think that he is sincere about multipolar integrations, and that he's not sincere about the empire.
The Roman Empire, at one point, when it was overextended, started bringing in barbarians, quote unquote, into their ranks in order to fill out their ranks when they realized they couldn't necessarily carry it on their own. And I guess I consider Trump is doing something similar. Yes, he's making deals, but when Hegseth goes to Shangri-La and makes that speech where he's effectively declaring war on China, effectively saying we'll militarily defend Taiwan, and was trying to blackmail all of those other states to help the US in going after China. Okay, that doesn't sound like multipolarity to me. That sounds like, again, hegemony through other means. Or when Vance goes into Europe and makes that speech, basically browbeating many of the Europeans. And by the way, they deserved it, so fair enough on that front. But this doesn't come across as multipolarity. This comes across even the tariff war, where Trump is asserting US power in an economic sense. He just wasn't able to assert the power that he thought the United States had at its disposal. And so in one sense, you get what I think you would even agree with me, an attempted takeover of the Middle East by a US proxy that Trump himself acknowledged that they knew what was going on as they were going about the regime change. And in Europe, where the US is just sick of paying, $300 billion to a war that we lost, meaning Trump is acknowledging losing. I don't know if Donald Trump was winning that war, Donald Trump wouldn't be pulling out of that war. It's just, okay, this is a fool's errand. This isn't working. Europe, you need to attend to your affairs. Europe's issue is that daddy is leaving, or that daddy wants to at the very least pull out in the way that daddy was there prior. Whereas Joe Biden was full-throated in its support. But if you remember, Joe Biden even didn't want to give security guarantees to Ukraine. He never did. He could have, but he never did. The US doesn't want to end up in a large-scale war with Russia in a nuclear sense, because that's effectively where it would go. And so I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think this is five-dimensional chess. I think this is kind of a WYSIWYG. What you see is what you get. That the US, recognizing that it's overextended, is trying to find ways to have hegemony by other means, believing that it could work through Europe, work through Israel, work through, these states in the Pacific to go after China, which is where we want to ultimately pivot to, is China. Does it make sense, or do you disagree with that? Like, give me your take on that. Do you think? Give me your take on that first.
It's simply impossible to be certain about it. Everything you laid out, it may turn out that you're right, but I've with Trump, I've kind of learned to ignore the rhetoric and to watch what actually happens.
Yeah.
Because if you remember a few years ago, in his first term, the rhetoric between Trump and North Korea became so ugly.
It's off the wall.
You thought that there's going to be war between the United States and South Korea and North Korea. But at the very same time, when he was calling Kim Jong-un a rocket man and saying, like, my rockets are bigger than your rockets, all this juvenile nonsense, he actually sent high-level representatives of the U.S. military, like high-level generals. He sent them to China and to South Korea, I believe, to prepare the ground for peace negotiations with North Korea. And then he went to North Korea himself. And he, for the first time since forever, reestablished good relationships between US and North Korea, with the view of brokering peace between North and South. And if you remember, he and Kim Jong-un got along very well. And it looked like North and South Korea were going to make peace. And in fact, they started demining the demilitarization zone, which was before Trump. It was like an unthinkable development. Of course, it all ultimately collapsed because he was being, but even Trump during his term, he was being sabotaged practically at every turn in foreign policy. He wasn't able to get very much done. And also then, if you remember, in 2017, there was a really, really ugly moment with Syria, where he wasn't able to avoid intervening in Syria. So what he did is he fired off, like, I think 56 Tomahawks or whatever missiles at Syria. But the way he did it is he pre-announced it to the Russians an hour in advance. He told them, here's what we're going to do, which enabled the Russians to shoot. Well, there's two stories, that the Russians shot down about half of them. But the other story was that the Russians deliberately stood down their air defense systems. But all the missiles landed in an empty lot in Syria. They weren't targeting anything of any importance. Mm-hmm. So he did, he did a big show for the PR effect at home, kind of like the same thing with Iran this time. Yep. To no effect. It didn't damage the Bashar al-Assad's regime in the slightest. So, I want to see what happens. But the fact that Trump extricated the United States from Ukraine, that is the most important battlefield for the Western Empire. Like, more important than Israel, more important than the Middle East. Because remember, Mackinder said, who controls Eastern Europe controls the heartland. Who controls the heartland controls the world island, the Eurasian landmass. And who controls the world island controls the world. To control the world, you have to control Eastern Europe, i.e., Ukraine there is absolutely pivotal. And if you look at so many Western establishment people, political and military leaders and diplomatic leaders, so many of them, like the Polish president Morawiecki said, if we lose in Ukraine, we're going to lose the world for generations. Boris Johnson said, if we lose Ukraine, it's going to be the end of Western hegemony in the world. And, you had further, NATO and British officials who said essentially the exact same thing. So Ukraine has been the most important thing for them. And Trump said, not interested. I'm not doing it. I'm not fighting this war for you. I want to talk to Vladimir Putin and want to do deals with the Russians. So he's actually doing that. The rhetoric, Pete Hegseth giving speeches, I kind of have to not react to that because I'm at this point, the rhetoric is inflicting brain injuries to me. Right. Brain injuries from it. I have to ignore the rhetoric. I want to wait and see what actually happens.
Last question. A lot of this stuff comes across as desperation to me. I mean, I agree with you with the whole, in part, because Donald Trump is still sending money to Ukraine. He's still involved. He's trying to act like a negotiator while simultaneously being party to the conflict. He could have always walked. He hasn't chosen to do that. And he's already talked about putting more sanctions. We don't even know if there's going to be another budget going to Ukraine. It doesn't seem like it is, or if there is, it's going to be much less. But the Lend-Lease, I'm calling it Lend-Lease, mineral deal, there are provisions of the mineral deal where we don't even know, like elements of it hasn't even been sent to the RADA for them to even review. So it comes across as a way for him to give weapons without giving weapons, where he can make an argument that they're buying weapons, which is a way of them maintaining the conflict. But like I said, we'll see. We'll see when the budget comes up and what goes to Ukraine in that sense. But I guess my larger point is a lot of this stuff comes across as desperation. Is it just from the Western point of view that if we just don't do anything, if we allow momentum to take its course, that ultimately hegemony loses, that this idea of the West maintaining control of the globe fails when China, India, Brazil, Russia, Iran, all of these countries basically come into their own in a way that the West can't compensate. So you have wars. You have, okay, we need to go after the Russians. We need to go after the Iranians. We need to go after the Chinese using Taiwan. We need to get South Korea involved by going overthrowing that government and turn it into a dictatorship. Even what's taking place in Serbia right now looks like a color revolution. What was taking place in, I believe it was Romania. What was Romania? No, not Romania. It was, what was it? It's not Romania. It's not Slovakia. It'll come to me in a moment, but where effectively the French-born, I call her spook or spy, who was president, was running. Georgia, thank you. Where they were effectively trying to have a color revolution in Georgia. Like all of this stuff was happening almost simultaneously, which doesn't seem to be random to me. Is this just empire freaking out in a certain sense of desperation?
Yeah, that's exactly it, Jamal. The empire is freaking out because they're losing. You know, I think that in the last 5 years, they had 3 mega projects that they launched, and they failed at all 3 of them. The first one was the COVID pandemic, because that one was aimed at the whole entire planet, at the populations of not just the global South, but even the Western populations. We were supposed to be brought into a new normal where we would enjoy liberties as a privilege for compliance with basically whatever they say. You know, it was the vaccines were going to start the process to get us to kind of acquiesce because, it's for the health, it's for, public safety. And so, of course, we're going to go around with these, with these QR codes certifying that we're compliant. But, then they're going to say like, oh, did you shave your mustache today? No, you didn't. You can go in the restaurant, whatever. They were obviously preparing a large scale infrastructure of control where they could condition your access to whatever, restaurants, airplanes, trains, internet, social media, by your compliance on, whatever they decide. So that failed. They were promising us that the old normal was never coming back. Well, we're kind of in an old normal today, back, at least in the sense that you can go on a train, you can go in a plane. There's these control schemes didn't come alive, really. The second,
and by the way, let's interrupt real quick. I don't even think they could do that again today. I think they would have a hard time.
I very much doubt it, because remember when it started in 2020, in the early 2020, the Western population, the global population was so completely unprepared. Everybody still thought that all these, World Health Organizations and, Gavi, that Bill Gates was a good guy trying to save the world. And, people were just not even prepared for the idea that their governments could actually do such evil, sinister things. I think that changed for a very substantial segment of the population today. So I think that bringing it back is not going to work. So the second mega project was Ukraine. They were going to collapse Russia, regime change it, and then they were going to move on to Iran and China easily. So that failed. And the third mega project is Middle East, which is not going so well. They're not done, but so far the government of Iran has survived. The people of Iran, 92 million people, most of them has rallied around the government. The country is more united than it has been probably since the Iran-Iraq war in the 1980s. And they have shown the ability to inflict a strategic defeat against their enemy, being Israel. And I think that inevitably the Pentagon has taken note. If they can do this to Israel, they can do the same to every single one of our military bases. and they can do the same to our naval assets in the region. So this is never going to be a cakewalk. This is no Taliban. This is no Ansar Allah, and they were defeated by both Taliban and Ansar Allah. But this is a far, far, far more powerful enemy. It's a huge nation. Just consider that the Russians are having a very hard time defeating Ukraine, which, they're territorially there. They have the escalatory dominance. Ukraine is less than half the population of Iran. Their military is less than half of the military of Iran. And it's still a difficult, and it's an unpopular government.
Yeah.
And the Russians are still going 2.5 years of that war, and they still haven't defeated entirely the armed forces of Ukraine. What is the hope of the West defeating Iran, which is much, much larger, with much, much bigger army, which has been preparing itself for the
years
against the West for more than 20 years now, and has very powerful allies, not just the axis of resistance in the region, but also China and Russia. So I think that the two big projects failed. The third one is in the process of failing. So yes, they are freaking out. And so they're starting to arson attacks. Oh, let's orchestrate a terror attack in the Kashmir, because that's one of the obvious flashpoints where you could destabilize the whole region and cause a big war. Indeed. The Balkans are definitely one of the next flashpoints for Europe, because the Royal United Services Institute in London, which is their main foreign policy think tank, has actually declared that the Balkans are inevitably the next front in the West's conflict between Russia and the West. So they are, the British diplomacy and secret services and all these different NGOs, they're very, very active in Bosnia. Some of the same players that were very active in Syria before they orchestrated the regime change attack, they are now working on Bosnia. And so, part of the game is to destabilize Serbia and to drag Serbia into a war where, Russia might have to come in as a supporting Serbia. And then they've kind of maneuvered Croatia, Albania, and Bulgaria into a military alliance. The three countries have nothing to do one with another, strategically, ethnically, culturally, religiously, nothing in common whatsoever. Yet they've been thrown into an alliance. But what they have in common is that they surround Serbia, Croatia to the west, Albania to the south, Bulgaria to the east. So they're trying, they're trying to surround Serbia to when this war gets going, so that they create a massive mess that probably will make it impossible for Hungary to stay out, for Russia to stay out, and possibly for NATO to stay out. So then again, you're going to have a war in the heart of Europe. Let's remember, World War II was triggered in Sarajevo.
Yes, it was.
And the British diplomacy and secret services are very, very active in Sarajevo. They're active in the media, in the public relations domain, in education domain, and in security policy. The secret services, the interior ministry, they're very, very active in dealing in all those domains. And I think that when the British establishment says we are here to ensure peace and stability, they mean exactly the opposite. They always, the British always say the opposite of what they actually mean. I'm not talking British like, John Waters. No, sorry, Roger Waters, or,
You don't want the British government.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the British foreign policy establishment, those people. Stalin noticed that when the British say white, they actually mean black. And when they say up, they actually mean down. And so this is always the case. I mean, to the point where, you know, in the UK, the public schools are private and the private schools are public. So it goes, it's like, it's an insane thing, but that's basically how it is. And so anyway, you know, going back to your point that they're freaked out and they're trying to start fires wherever they can. You know, they're going to get Finland into war with Russia, the Baltic states, if they can. They're going to try to get India and Pakistan. They're going to try to get Bangladesh with Myanmar, get something going there, North Korea, South Korea. They're going to try to get something going with Taiwan if they can, which they probably won't be able to. But anyway, you know, they're gonna keep destabilizing it as much as they can. And obviously, then, you know, they're going to continue to try to regime change Iran, and they're not going to give up on bringing back this story about the Iranian nuclear program, which is just a pretext again.
Alex, thank you for this. Honestly, a great breakdown. I swear. I always enjoy these conversations. The audience always enjoys these conversations. Alex Krainer, he's founder of Krainer Analytics and creator of iSystem Trend Following. He has worked as a market analyst, researcher, trader, and hedge fund manager since 1996. He has authored several books, including Mastering Uncertainty and Commodities Trading, The Grand Deception, Alex Krainer, Trends Following Bible. You have a fantastic day, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Jamal. You too, and greetings to your listeners.
Alrighty, have a good one. Bye-bye. Oh, fantastic guest. Always a fantastic guest. Going from one fantastic guest to another fantastic guest, we have my man, Dr. Wilmer Leon. Dr. Wilmer Leon, he is radio host, political scientist, nationally syndicated columnist, hosting Connecting the Dots on YouTube. And I always have to ask you about your serious show, and that is called
Inside the Issues with Wilmer Leon.
Excellent. By the way, when are the Connecting the Dots? That's daily, but when is
Connecting the Dots? Is every day from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. If you just go to Connecting the Dots with Dr. Wilmer Leon on YouTube. And the Saturday show, Inside the Issues, is from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern on Sirius XM channel 126. Excellent.
How you doing this morning? You doing okay?
I am well. Thank you. Just got back from my trip, but I'm doing great.
Is this one of those trips where you get back and you need a vacation from the trip?
Absolutely. I went home for a funeral, and so whenever I go home, there's an awful lot involved. All good, all pleasant. But you know, seeing family and up and down the road, and all the kitchen tables, all the food I got to eat. Oh man, it wears you out.
Oh, that is, yeah. I got, you know, when I after the radio station went down after they killed the network, it was the first time being back home in like 5 years, and especially like being there for months. And man, you talking about going back to your old eating spots,
right?
Going, you know, hanging out with family. Like it's a really good experience. It really is. Let's talk about Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. Well, first, I don't know if I've had you on since the war. So let me get your take on that first, and then we can pivot to the big, beautiful bill.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, Trump has been very schizophrenic on this. And, you know, people were noticing, like, this guy seems like he has dementia. Initially, when it first started, they acted like we don't have anything to do with it, plausible deniability. And then when it seemed like it was going well, then it became, we told Iran that they should have negotiated. And he's, you know, putting his chest out, and he has all of these tweets and all this other stuff. And then after 48 hours, when it became clear, oh, wait, this is not going well. The Iranian government is not going to collapse. Their air defense is coming into play. They are hitting their targets. And, you know, there's publications, I believe Channel 13 in Israel pointed out that Israel is not owning up to how bad they were attacked, like how, meaning the precision of Iranian strikes. They are still concealing the bases and everything else that Iran hit. They're showing you, look at Tel Aviv, look at Haifa. Oh, we're perpetual victims, despite the fact that they've destroyed like 90% of the hospitals. I can show you kids being starved to death, or them bombing people who are just trying to get food. But the military bases, oh, they're keeping that stuff secret. But I guess my point is, Trump has been all over the place on this. And at the very end, it's like, don't touch our boats. We'll flip out if you don't touch our boats. Now, this is after, mind you, he's already associated himself with these strikes. Give me a take on this. I mean, it's weird. Well, I'm not going to say it's weird. Obviously, the U.S. has policy objectives. But his behavior in this is very strange. He's all over the map on this. Give me your thoughts.
It is strange if you're trying to assess this based upon the behavior and the mindset of an honest, sensible individual. But this is standard operating procedure for the likes of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Once again, he's been caught in a lie. And I believe that when you start a discussion about this issue, you always have to preface the conversation with the following. Iran does not have, nor has it had since 2003, a military nuclear program. That's just a flat out lie. They have not had one, as evidenced by Donald Trump's own Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, speaking on behalf of 17 intelligence agencies. They all came to the same conclusion. The program that Donald Trump keeps touting, the program that Netanyahu keeps claiming that Israel has to be defended against, is a ghost. It does not exist. The IAEA has come out and said, once again, the program does not exist. So just as with the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq and the yellow cake uranium that was supposed to be coming from Niger and the biological Winnebago that was riding around the desert with all of these biological agents in it, lie, lie, lie. So I think we have to always have to start the conversation there. Now, let me just provide a little more clarity here. In the, because I'm sorry, I get consumed with facts. So, folks, please forgive me, because to me, facts matter.
Yes, they do.
When they saw, I think it was the JCPOA. It might be the non-proliferation agreement. Iran was allowed to enrich uranium to 3.76%.
Right.
And they were abiding by that regulation.
JCPOA.
Okay, thank you. So when Trump withdrew from the JCPOA, unilaterally withdrew from the JCPOA, Iran decided to enrich beyond the 3.76%. I think now they're up to 60%.
Right.
They were not doing that in pursuit of a nuclear weapon. They were doing that to demonstrate to the world their capabilities. They're trying to get the United States back to the table. And Donald Trump saw and his acolytes and cronies and sycophants saw this or see this as an opportunity to do what they've wanted to do all along, which is bomb Iran. So, and then you have to move from that, even if they were able to go, even if they did go to 90%, now you have to create the delivery mechanism,
Right.
which they have not done. And despite Netanyahu's Acme Bomb Company chart that he showed, you know, that he got from the Roadrunner, Wile E. Coyote's Acme Bomb Company, or Bombs R Us. I can't remember whether it came from Acme or Bombs R Us. That's all a lie. So, to your point, what the world found out, what Israel found out, they got thumped.
Yes.
They got thumped. And even in that whipping, Iran still demonstrated restraint. And folks need to be on their hands and knees, giving bountiful praise, pointing to the east, giving bountiful praise, saying, thank God these people are sensible and reasonable. And final point, if you stop messing with them, you won't have a problem.
Oh, but therein lies the rub, right? This is U.S. policy. I mean, this stuff goes back.
That's a great point, because too many so-called analysts want to put this in the context of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And where is the bromance? And are they speaking? Is Donald Trump going to take Netanyahu to the dance? And all that crap. It has nothing to do with the personalities of those two genocidal maniacs. It has everything to do with American foreign policy. And how do I know this? I know this because Joe Biden was involved in exactly. Trump is carrying on Biden administration policy.
Yep.
Kamala Harris, when asked, said there would be no change to the policy. Why? Because the policy is the policy irrespective of the administration.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
That's my
I mean, and you can look at the context of events, right? Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and there's Iran, you know, the most beautiful girl at the ball that they've been looking at for a very long time. It's like, don't try to act like the girl with the skinny legs is not yours.
Right.
And so in their case, this was clear what they were trying to accomplish, especially when Syria fell and they were like, we have an open lane that we want to go after. Exactly. I'm curious on your take on Grassi on the IAEA. I mean, he has to be one of the weirdest, strangest goofballs that I've come across. Like, it's like, dude, you were effectively a Mossad spy, and you were giving information to the United States and to Israel about sites in a way where they were able to murder Iranian scientists as a direct result of his behavior. This is clear cut. This is not like, you know, we think this is the case. This stuff was released, right? And he's still like, how dare they remove the cameras? It's okay, dude. As I asked on Twitter, can he also play the piano with his penis like the other one that makes demands with no power in the process? And the reason why I'm asking that is, how can you be so comically unself-aware that they know what you did, meaning they know your sins, and you're still pretending as if they don't know your sins? Why would anybody work with you? I mean, and not just him specifically. It is a radical delegitimization of the IAEA as an organizing body. And that's not just the IAEA. You can look at the OPCW in regards to Syria, where they were like chemical weapons, meaning all of these international bodies that are supposed to be just down the middle, we just call them balls and strikes. come to find out, are not just calling balls and strikes. These things are tools of Western imperialism that allows pretexts by which to try to legitimize attacks, and in the process delegitimizing themselves as they go about it. And in this case, exposed to the world. And he is still sitting there as if Iran is going to pay him any mind, or that they care one iota about what comes out of his mouth. Like, is that your history? Will go back. You would know this stuff more than I would. That's a new norm, right? That's not a normal thing for these bodies to be just completely delegitimized in this way.
I don't think that Grossi's behavior is one of the big things about his behavior is, to your point, it's incredibly inconsistent. If you're going to act as a Mossad agent, then one would expect that Grossi would have come out and said, well, of course they have a program. But the problem with that then would be, show us the evidence.
Right.
So that, I wish I had a better thought through answer to your question. I don't, because the behavior makes no sense.
Yeah.
Other than to say, you were operating in the manner in which you very eloquently described, but when it came down to brass tacks, because he was not able to provide any data beyond Netanyahu's Acme bomb presentation, he was stuck with the reality of having to say there is no program. So I don't have a better. I could try to pontificate for another 20 minutes, but I won't waste your time. I don't have an answer to that question.
I just took it as he didn't want to hold the bag. That's a hell of a bag, right? I mean, you have a war that is effectively started.
Well, no, because the bag holders are Netanyahu and Trump. He helped fill the bag, but he may even be in the getaway car. But the bag, the people responsible for this, he's complicit, no question. But the people that were in the bank holding up the tellers with the pistols in their hands and the boleros are Trump and Netanyahu.
Yeah, but the guy who told him where the bank was and how to shut off the immune system, the security system was Grossi, right? Yeah, it's just wild to me. Like, all of these people, like, I know people are bringing in Palantir. Fair enough that Palantir, the security, I mean, because this was the first time in like 20 years that they've invalidated Iran, effectively saying Iran is doing something they had no business doing. Okay, Grossi had no evidence for this at all. And yet still gave this kind of pretext in a similar way that the OPCW gave this kind of fig leaf of as if something was going on. It's just wild. I mean, it's like Iran is not going to have anything to do with the IAEA going forward. I don't know what they're going to do with their program. Obviously, they're replenishing their buildings, the facilities, because apparently.
This thought just came to mind.
Please.
And this is a swag. This just came to mind. What if Grossi believed that the United States was honestly trying to negotiate a settlement?
No way. Are you serious?
No, wait a minute now. Hear me out. I'm trying to. Not only am I taking a shot in the dark, I'm blindfolded as well. I'm blindfolded taking a shot in the dark. But tell me if this is plausible. Grossi believed, as the Iranians believed, that over the last couple of weeks, the United States was trying to honestly negotiate a settlement. And so he, as being the Mossad operative that he is, was providing the United States with information that when the American negotiators are sitting at the table, Iran goes, oh, wow, they know more than we thought they knew. Mm-hmm. We really need to sit here and try to work this thing out. Only to find out that they were lied to by the United States, as Iran was lied. There was never any honest intent to negotiate.
Right.
That's
but the nuclear scientists were murdered before these negotiations took place.
Hey man, I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying it's right. I just
you're trying to make the evidence fit, like the data, trying to make it fit. No,
but it doesn't fit.
Yeah,
it doesn't fit.
And they've destroyed any notion of legitimacy of these international bodies in the process. Just amazing.
It's a fat man in a trying to put on some 28-inch jeans. It ain't gonna work. I just threw that out there.
Let's talk about the big beautiful bill. It's that big and beautiful. It's pretty grotesque.
Yes.
And apparently even Republicans are having a hard time swallowing this bill. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump continues mendacious, lying through his teeth. If lying was a superpower, Trump would be a mutant. He'd be like an X-Man. I'm amazed at the way to which he can lie without batting an eye. It is clear as day that this bill is going to cut insurance for people on Medicaid. It's clear as day. It's not even close. It is clear as day that this bill is going to add trillions of dollars to the budget, which is why they're talking about increasing the budget, the debt ceiling. This is obvious. Like, this is not even close, right? Even by their own terms, it's going to add hundreds of billions of dollars on top of the current deficit.
The number I think that I've seen is $3 trillion over 10 years.
Yep, on the low end.
Right.
That's on the low end. Right. Because keep in mind, the way they do these bills, and I'm glad you mentioned that, is they would front load it with the expenses. So they would say, okay, in the first few years, we're going to spend more, but we're going to recoup some of that money in the last few years.
Right.
When really, it's not the same Congress, different priorities. The people may come in and say, okay, we're going to nix these so we don't have to add to it. Meaning you're stuck with the costs without ever getting the end balancing of it. It's a way of them doing the bill in a way that's kind of underhanded. It's like it's the way they're sneaking in the costs with these kind of voodoo economics in a way of them trying to say, hey, no, really, it's not as bad as it looks. When really 4 years later, nobody's going to vote to increase the taxes, which means you're just going to be stuck with the costs. And keep in mind, he's only doing this.
The CBO dynamic scoring, I think, is what I think the technical term for it is dynamic. When the administration came out with their first numbers, the first run at the numbers did not take into account this dynamic scoring, which takes the types of costs and impacts that you've just laid out and spread them over the entire term of the bill. And when you do that, the numbers go up.
Yeah, it's absurd. And now you're getting some Republicans coming out saying, okay, this is going to be a hard pill to swallow. We don't necessarily want to back it. And yet, back it nonetheless in many respects. We'll see if it passes, but right now, they're doing a hell of a job trying to get this over the finish line. So listen to what Trump says here. Listen to what he says here when asked about whether or not people are going to lose their insurance.
Guarantee that your voters who support the election, working class voters, will not lose health insurance under this bill. Oh, they won't lose health insurance? Guarantee that your voters.
He said they won't lose health insurance. Just to be very clear what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Tillis, the Republican who is stepping down and retiring, he comes out and excoriates this bill, effectively saying, look, the idea that I'm going to have to look my people in the face in like a year and explain to them why millions are going to lose their Medicaid He's like, it's like the president is lying. And he seems shocked, weirdly enough, that the president is lying and breaking a campaign promise that they're not going to lose their insurance. They're taking $1 trillion off of Medicaid. And they're like, just fraud and abuse. That's all it is.
Mhm.
Give me a take on this, because this is just a bill that is once again going to shift costs, or let's say shift finance or shift money from the poor
Mhm.
to the rich once again. Poor pay more.
It is an incredibly ugly, gross transference of wealth.
That was the word I was looking for.
I'm channeling my inner Jamarl Thomas right now. So
That was what I was. Actually, the word couldn't come.
I got it. So I got you. I got you. I got you. I'm the Jamarl Thomas whisperer. So but folks, you got to go back to the Reagan administration and understand that if we want to put this in just recent historic context, my show is called Connecting the Dots. And so I'm always trying to be sure we understand that these things don't happen in a vacuum, that there are historic contexts in which you must view current events.
Mm-hmm.
So we go back as Ronald Reagan was trying to bankrupt the Soviet Union through military spending. Now the administration, the Trump administration, is not trying to bankrupt Russia. They're just trying to line the pockets of the 1% in this country, transferring wealth from the bottom economic tier to the top. And Bill Clinton, and with his reinventing government as we know it, provided similar types of budget cuts. Thank you. So I make that point so that people can see, once again, this is not as much administration policy tied to the president in the Oval Office at the time, that this is a mindset that exists irregardless of party. So we have to understand that. They are, so what Mike Johnson says to the American people is, we're not cutting the amount of money in the program. What we're going to do is change the rules that determine your ability to access the money in the program, which results in fewer people having access to Medicaid. So at the end of the day, they're trying to put the lipstick on the pig, but it's still a pig. People are going to lose benefits. Period. Full stop. It's a lie. Once again, it's a lie. Now, one of the few elements of this that makes sense to me is cutting the taxes on those that receive Social Security.
Right.
Because I don't, if you pay into the system, you were taxed on that income when you made the income. Now you're retiring, you should be able to receive that benefit tax-free, and age and disability irregardless. If you're receiving Social Security, that should not be taxed as income during your retirement years. And Donald Trump can't even deliver on that.
Nope.
So it's BS.
No tax on tips. Is that in the bill also?
It should, and that's another one I could get behind. No tax on tipped wages. No tax on tips for those that I forget the name of the people, for those that receive that's another one I think would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But
At the very least, that would be a tax cut for the middle class and the poor.
exactly.
I mean,
Exactly. Give
I don't think
give people in this country an opportunity. Give poor and working class people in this country an opportunity not to get ahead, to stay afloat.
Mhm.
Just stay afloat. But no, Mike Johnson and Donald Trump, you wanna put these people that are treading water, you want to throw bricks at people, instead of throwing them life preservers, you throw bricks at them as they're struggling to stay afloat.
Do you think there'd be consequences for this? I mean, it's massively unpopular by the public. I mean, like overwhelmingly unpopular by the public. It's not even close. But it seems that they've decided this is our cash grab opportunity. Like this is when we're going to grab the cash and, you know, get in the getaway car and go. Trump is last term, so he doesn't really care. And some of these Republicans that do seem to, at the very least, understand that this is going to be massively unpopular. Many of them are still going along with it, especially in the House.
Yes, there will be backlash. We're seeing evidence of this at these town hall meetings, and I keep going back to Chuck Grassley in Iowa because that's about as staunchly Republican as you're going to get. Yeah. And when you look at the reaction, when Mike Johnson has to tell his conference, stop holding these town hall meetings because the optics are just horrific and politically we can't afford to have people see this. That to me is clear evidence that the answer to your question is yes. But I would have to go then to the analogy of back to the bank robbery, because that's what this is. They've decided that the best time to rob the bank is in the middle of the day when the Brinks truck is in front of the bank carrying money in and out. And yes, there are going to be people on the street, and yes, there are going to be people in the bank, but we got to go in here and shoot this place up anyway, because who was it that when asked, might have been John Dillinger, why are you robbing banks? He says, because that's where the money is. Yeah. I don't know if it was John Dillinger, but I think it was John Dillinger that said that, or Babyface Nelson, one of the two. So they don't, and see, so and other, to me now, this is my opinion because I don't have evidence to support the next thing I'm going to say, but this is how I'm reading the reality that's playing itself out in front of us, and that is, that's why you had that. That's one of the reasons why Donald Trump federalized the National Guard, sent them into Los Angeles, and sent the Marines into Los Angeles, turning their guns on American citizens, which is unconstitutional. And that's also why he had that horrific, ugly fiasco called that Army Parade on the 14th of June, to demonstrate to the American people these are the types of things I have at my disposal if you all decide you want to get out of hand and run amok. Because remember, he said leading up to the parade, those who want to protest will be met with unimaginable force. He was, in spite of the First Amendment, he was, in spite of the Posse Comitatus Act, he was saying to the American people, I don't care how you feel. I'm going to flex, and I want you to understand very clearly, this is what I have at my disposal.
All right, so here's the thing. It says limits on overtime and no tax on tips. So the bill would allow individuals to deduct up to $25,000 for tip wages, $12,500 for overtime, but the provision would expire in 2028. Okay, so 3 years.
Mhm.
Are you serious? The Senate bill will reduce the deductions for individuals making over 150,000, while the House bill does not include some of the. So we don't even know if this is going to be ultimately in it. I mean, that could get
And
pulled
folks,
out.
I think folks need to, I'm glad you brought that up, because folks need to understand that the sunset provisions on items such as that are compromises to the conservatives that don't want that in there at all. So you've got a number of fiscal conservatives saying they should pay taxes on every penny. And then the response from Mike Johnson is, well, and I'm just using him as, I don't know if he's saying this, I'll just use him as since he is the speaker. He's saying to his conference, okay, here's the compromise. Give us 3 years or give us 2 years. And then it'll go away. And so the fiscal, and very similar to a lot of the provisions in the civil rights legislation, in order to get those racist Southerners on board, okay, we're not going to make this in perpetuity. We're not going to have this last forever. We'll do it for 15 years, and then we'll see how the world feels about it, and we'll come back and we'll reauthorize it whether it's 10 years, that's the political compromise that they make so that they can get those outliers in their respective conferences to get on board, so they can get the bill passed now, so they can claim victory and they can do their victory dance, and life goes on.
Just amazing. Effectively 2 years, because this is not going to pass to the end of the year.
Correct.
I mean, if it passes at all. So let's give them the benefit of it. 2.5 years, you'll get your no tax on tips, and then after that, you're back to outrageous,
right.
Just outrageous. Last thing before I let you go, you always, and I think correctly so, talk about this notion of civics. This idea of, the point of a government, the reason the government exists, and how it's been turned on its head. I mean, all things being equal, the government is supposed to be the thing that the public uses against these, let's say, factors that are too big for it to deal with on an individual basis. Like, what does a man versus Walmart, man versus Facebook, man versus rando company? Okay, well, that man has little to no power in the process. So man has government, all things being equal, in order to balance that equation. So no, you're not going to have our kids, working in the coal mines. No, you're not going to dump your products into our water, which is exactly what they would do, all things being equal, is put that stuff on the public to deal with if government wasn't necessarily there to say, no, that is not where we are. That is not where we are. It's been turned on its head, where these, let's say, the edifice that the public is supposed to be able to use to balance out corporate power and power of the oligarchs has been effectively leveraged by those oligarchs for their own whims, with the public being kind of locked out of the process, or seemingly locked out of the process. This bill is a damn good example of that, because the public is basically saying no, and the political branch is like, we don't care.
Well, we have since the New Deal, which provided some level of balance to that equation that you just laid out. I'll say two. I'll give folks 2 points in because on the economic side, you've got the New Deal. On the social policy side, you've got the Warren Court in the 60s. I haven't heard anybody throw the Warren Court into this, but I will, because when you look at a number of the decisions that Chief Justice Earl Warren oversaw from the mid 60s through the 70s, and with the Brown v. Board of Education decision being the first,
Right.
And then you've got your Miranda rights and all of those types of things that came out of the Warren Court on the social policy side, criminal justice / social policy side. The conservatives have been fighting against that ever since, and so this is where I believe, if the Democrats were truly about being what they proclaim to be, then they would be out there championing, screaming and yelling, telling everybody foul, crying foul, and letting people know the details of this ugly, horrific money grab called the Big Beautiful Bill. But they're not doing that. Not to the level. And when they do it, they seem to do it on the back end, as with now you got Chuck Schumer and others screaming about Donald Trump and his unconstitutional, international law violating act of war on Iran. After he does it, they start screaming about it, not before he did it. So they need to be explaining to the American people what government is actually supposed to do for them, not what Donald Trump and his cronies are trying to do to them. Right. And if they did, but they can't, because they're two wings on the same bird. They're being financed by the same operatives, such as AIPAC, such as the members of the military industrial complex, are all getting checks from the same bank. And I'm on my Saturday show, in terms of the African American community, I'm going to be asking one of the questions I'm going to be asking is, who do we own? What politicians do we own? Since AIPAC spent $100 million in the 2025 in 2024 election buying congressmen and senators, we know who they own. It's public record.
Right.
Who do we own? We don't own anybody.
Nobody.
Who owes their allegiance to us? Who owes their job to us? We don't ask that question. Gregory Meeks. We don't ask that question of what's his name from Atlanta, Senator, the brother from Atlanta.
You know about Jeffries? Jeffries in New York.
Senator Warnock.
Warnock.
We don't ask Warnock that question. You saw the video of that sister that stood up at the Warnock town hall meeting, asking him, the Palestinian sister that stood up and asked, "Why are you sending $6 billion to Israel?" And when that woman behind her said, "You need to show, you're not showing any, you're being disrespectful." And the woman turned around and said, "Make this make sense."
Yep.
That should be the mantra that we are espousing. Make this make sense. Senator Warnock, you're standing in Dr. King's pulpit. War is an enemy of the poor, is what he told us in his Time to Break Silence, Why I Oppose the War in Vietnam, April 4th, 1967 speech. War is an enemy of the poor. You're standing in his pulpit. Make this make sense. I don't hear enough people saying that. And if you look at the people in the church when that back and forth, that man, them folks in Atlanta, they were clueless. They were like, "What in the world?" Oh no, she did.
By the way, they did the same thing with Dr. King.
No.
They were like, "Why is this black man talking about Vietnam?
He wasn't.
Stay playing about these black issues."
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Folks, connect these dots. Shameless plug. Connect these dots. Shameless plug. Connect these dots. Make this make sense. See, that's what the reporters and where am I time? Okay, I'm over time.
Yeah, you're at your 8.
Huh? I'm
Oh,
good?
you're.
Oh, okay. All right. I've made my point.
Oh, I'm not kicking you out. I know you have
Oh,
class.
no, I'm off. This is the summer.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're not being kicked out. Yeah, nobody kicking you out. Nobody kicking you out.
No,
There's no.
okay. I didn't know if there was another guest that whose time I was taking.
No. You have time. You have space. You have space.
So final point. Mamdani in New York,
Yes.
who has defeated Cuomo to be the Democratic nominee to be mayor of New York. Pay very close attention to that race, because the implications of this race will, I believe, resonate far beyond New York City.
Explain that. Dig into that for me, because I've watched this election, and I've seen the amount of energy that people have put on this election, and I'm like, the guy is a mayor for New York, and yet it is gaining a prominence across the country, even though it's a mayoral race in a city. Dig into that for me. Why?
Well, because it is I always talk about indicators, and we have to pay attention to the indicators. And the mayoral race in New York has been the prize of the Democrats, for a very long time. And so now you've got Cuomo, old school, elite, comes from, his father was mayor of New York. And so he comes from this old guard Democratic establishment lineage. And now you've got Mamdani, a Democratic socialist, a Muslim, who is appealing to the younger demographic. He, in many ways, understands how to get his message out to the younger demographic. So whereas Cuomo was spending, I don't know the number, let's say
it was ungodly sums of money.
$70 million on television. Yes. Mamdani spent $20 million on social media. That shows you he's in tune. He's got his finger on the pulse of how to communicate, what to communicate, and who to communicate to. So now you've got the Democrats with their shorts on fire because they got taken out. And this could resonate across the country. Who was the head of the DNC? What's the guy? Former mayor.
Which one? Oh, well, not Rahm Emanuel.
No, before him. He ran for president. He was, I'm drawing a blank on his name. He was the one with the 50-state strategy and the one that first started understanding to use the internet to raise money.
It's not X-Rod. I know you're talking about.
No.
I know you're talking about. He didn't run for president. He was under Obama's team, right?
He was before Obama. Howard Dean.
Oh, the Dean screen. Okay.
Howard Dean, if you remember, with the 50-state strategy, we're gonna challenge every precinct across the country. We're gonna use what was new, the internet, to raise money. Right? That was revolutionary at the time. I think there are parallels between what Howard Dean did then and what Mamdani is doing now. The question is, for me, what's the Democrat Party elite? How are they going to react to this? Will Cuomo run as an independent? If Cuomo runs as an independent, will the Democratic Party loyalists stay with him, withdraw support from Mamdani, trying to hold on to power? Or will they realize, the times have changed, the tide has shifted, we got to go where the people are? What's the adage? The people are on the move. I must go out and lead them. I don't know the answer to the question, but to me, that's what I'm saying. It's going to resonate across the country. People need to pay attention to this. And will Mamdani stay loyal to his campaign promises and his rhetoric, or will he go the way of Bernie Sanders, a la the dodo bird?
That is a fascinating question. I mean, both of those are fascinating questions. I suspect they're going to put a knife in him. For one, they want him to lose.
They're going to try.
And in the same way that they said the thing about Sanders, where Chris Matthews was like, if Sanders takes it, he's going to take the party of a generation. Maybe it's better to let Trump win. That was an eye opener for me. Oh, right. that opened my eyes like nothing else. Like meaning of all the political things that took place, that was an eye opener.
A Democratic socialist winning. Remember, they told us Bernie Sanders couldn't win, going into South Carolina while he was winning.
Yeah.
Prestidigitation.
And by the way, they're putting knife in Mamdani. I mean, like if you look at the Democrats, Jeffries, they're claiming that he's made some kind of comment about intifada all throughout the world. And they're going after him. And this is in spite of the public saying they want new leadership. Meaning when the public looks, they say, that's our guy. We like that guy. We don't care that he's Muslim. We like that guy. Despite all the racist attacks, apparently because he's Muslim, by definition, he hates Jews. But there's that. Public said, we don't care. We like that guy. He's young. His wife is gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
At least that's what I say. His wife's gorgeous.
You're right.
That would have been enough to get my vote by itself. Just saying.
You're right.
But I hope you my point. Like, it's a new. He sounds a lot like Sanders, and they hate him for it. They hate him for it. So, do you think that's the Jewish thing? Like, well, that's the Jewish lobby, or do you think it's the Democratic Socialist thing? Because honestly, it could be both.
Well, I don't understand your question. Do I think?
Like, meaning the reason that they hate him so much, meaning the Democratic establishment, is it because he doesn't swear fealty and allegiance to Israel? Like everybody else on that stage was like, Israel matters more than America. And he's like, I'm an American. It matters. America matters more. And they were like, oh my God, he's so anti-Semitic for saying America matters more. Or is it because he said, look, I'm a democratic socialist. And he is very similar in the way that he holds himself to Sanders, at the very least the issues that he brings up.
It's both.
It's probably both.
It's all the above. It's all the above. So when Hakeem Jeffries comes out and says, this guy is a heretic, but you back genocide.
Yeah.
You're a Zionist.
Yep.
You back the reinvasion of Haiti. Hakeem Jeffries, and then Gregory Meeks. He's a heretic. Yeah, but you back genocide. Make that make sense, Gregory Meeks. Make that make sense. You're a murderous fool. But you're telling me not to pay attention to the guy that right now is at least articulating things that are in my best interest.
Yeah.
So prestidigitation.
Yeah. We'll see if he stays true, and we'll see if it spreads. I mean, because at the very least, he is making a big splash. Oh, he is making a huge splash.
Will Mamdani be able to withstand the deluge that he is? I don't even think it ain't come yet.
He has to know.
No, this is the one. This is, they say, and then I'll leave you. They say, when a tsunami is about to strike because the animals move to the hills. And this is true. This is true. This is not my normal silliness. This is true.
Yeah.
They say that
No, it's true. No, you're right.
a couple of days before a tsunami hits, you're standing on the beach looking at the sunset, and the animals are moving to the hills.
Yeah.
Because the animals sense the turbulence long before you can. So when you see the squirrels with their suitcases and the chimpanzees with the knapsack, now that is my silliness, marching, you say, hey, where you going? Oh, tsunami's coming. The tsunami hasn't hit. The animals are moving to the hills. He needs to understand that, and he better be ready for that.
Yeah.
Because they're coming at him with all barrels blazing. He needs to be. And so what will the people do?
But if they can't stop him, he's a legend.
We will see.
That's the catch, right? If you can withstand it, if they throw everything at you, and you still standing afterwards.
Well, then go ahead, my brother. Go ahead. But the people need to understand the tsunami is coming.
Mm-hmm.
Not only does he need to understand it, and he needs to be explaining to the people, look, this is a smear campaign. Understand the tactics that they are going to use against us. We'll see.
Dr. Wilmer Leon. He is radio host, political scientist, nationally syndicated columnist, host of Connecting the Dots and Inside the Issues. Dr. Leon, thank you for this, man. I always appreciate these conversations.
Hey, man,
I always learn
humbled and honored when you invite me. So
make
it make sense, folks. Make it make sense.
Be safe, my man. Have a
All
good
right,
one.
I'm out.
All right. Always appreciate talking to Dr. Wilmer Leon. I always learn something from those conversations. He is a brilliant, brilliant man. And I always feel fortunate that he joins me on this show. And he's right. They are going. Cannabis has this line, can I bus? It's not cannabis, but can I bus? He has this line. He says, if you devote yourself to an idea and they can't stop you, it makes you a legend. Effectively, if you can withstand everything that they throw at you. Think of, in fact, a good allegory for this would be Trump. If you think of what Trump went through, Donald Trump, he went through one legal case after the next where they effectively tried to put him in a cage. He went through the Russiagate issue where they tried to effectively say he was working for Vladimir Putin, who was a Manchurian candidate. He went from being shot at to being nicked on the ear. Like all of these things were effectively put up against him. And he remained. And if you remember, when he finally got into office, none of that stuff worked anymore. All of it just fell to the wayside. In fact, Democrats couldn't even figure out a way to hit him because he had effectively withstood everything that they were throwing at him. They said he was going to shoot Liz Cheney in the face. All of these things was being brought up, and he won. And when they throw all of that at you, the kitchen sink and everything else, and you win, what else is there to throw at you? Well, they've thrown everything at you. They're going to call Mandani everything but a child of God. They're going to say he's anti-Semitic by virtue of being a Muslim. They're going to they're going to hit him with everything. They're going to hit him with everything. And the catch is, can he withstand it? That is going to be the question. I see my man in the background, Geopolitical with Mark Sleboda. Mark Sleboda himself. How you doing, Mark? You doing all right?
Jamar, I'm alive. How are you? Thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the show.
I am also alive, thankfully. Mark Sleboda, he's an international relations and security analyst. You can follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sleboda1, but you can also find him on Boosty, Boosty, under his name, either Mark Sleboda or Geopolitical with Mark Sleboda. Mark, you are the man I want to talk to today. And I guess the conversation breaks down into 2 points. The first, maybe probably the easiest, what does Russia learn from this 12-day war with Iran and Israel? And did they learn anything?
Well, that's a good question, and I'm not sure we really know the answer to that yet.
No.
I think there's probably still a lot of assessment going on, right? We at this point don't even know the real extent of the damage to Iranian enrichment facilities. We do not know. I would say most importantly, we don't know the details of conversations between, at the least, between the Iranian foreign minister Aragchi and Putin. We know they talked. We don't know
Mhm.
we don't know what they said. We haven't really gotten any indication of that yet. I mean, Iran is still, in a state of shock. They are still, just beginning the process of mourning and recovery. We saw the giant public funerals
Right.
over the weekend. Um, as far as I know, the Ayatollah Khomeini has not made a public appearance yet, which is wise because the Iranian defense minister just over the last few days said openly on Israeli TV that he was the one of the targets, if not the primary target of the whole thing, that they intended a decapitation strike for regime change, but they couldn't find him, which contradicts with some of the U.S. regime's leaders' most ridiculous tweets about, oh, he should be grateful we left him alive because I showed mercy, but we could have killed him at any time, blah, blah, blah. The Israelis, meanwhile, are saying, well, we wanted to kill him, but we couldn't find him. So, and it must be remembered that in that interview, they also brought up their assassination of Nasrallah, the
Yes.
Hezbollah leader. And it was even mentioned that he was killed after he came out of hiding because of a ceasefire.
Yep.
And the Israeli defense minister basically said that the Ayatollah should remain in hiding because we'll take him out as soon as we can find him. So, I mean, that's still going on. If you want to say big picture, if the Russians didn't know it already, and I think they did, but maybe the point was punched home, that there can be no diplomacy with the United States, certainly not with this administration, right? That they will use diplomatic talks again and again as cover for launching attacks, for operations. That nothing they say can ever or sign can ever be taken as some type of with any type of credibility whatsoever. They have no credibility, uh, and therefore that everything must be resolved on the ground, or with facts created, shall we say, and only dictated from a position of strength. That would be my takeaway, at least, from these steps. And that, of course, has enormous implications for the conflict in Ukraine moving forward. Last week, Putin was speaking at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, and he made two particular comments that have been brought up in the Western press that indicate, I think, well, certainly probably where his mentality, which means where the mentality of probably many of the people in the Kremlin is, because while it is certainly not if we're talking like, say, the National Security Council, which is nearly a Politburo type assembly for deciding major Russian decisions, where Putin certainly has first place there, but he does have to manage, among other powerful individuals, ministers, and in intelligence and military chiefs in Russia. So if he, who is quite historically one of the most cautious and restrained individuals, if he made comments that One, he said, he quoted a kind of a Russian proverb that wherever a Russian soldier stands, like wherever he goes, that is Russia, which is fairly imperialist and expansionist a sentiment. Let's be honest about that. I myself was like, oh, you know, Russian soldiers were in Syria, and I wouldn't consider that Russia. Certainly not
Right.
now, and so on. I mean, and there's Russian troops in Mali and Libya and so on in various guises. Anyway, but I think, of course, this was all said specifically in the context of Ukraine, and he also made a comment when talking about Ukraine and the end of this conflict. He said, "Well, because." He and many other people, and by the way, Zelensky, when he was still running for election, considered that Russians are Ukrainians are essentially one people, that all of Ukraine is ours. Which, of course, I mean, there was some context to that statement, and I think that context, shall we say, mollified it a bit, but not totally. It was still, left out there. And certainly the Kiev regime is screaming about it, and where it has been covered in the Western media, of course, which is not very much, but where it has been covered, it was, put in the most alarmist tones. And to be fair, I think they're correct, because now Russia is considering that with no diplomatic solution possible, right? Which is what the Kremlin had hoped for from before the time they launched this operation, that eventually the West would come to their senses, and that an accommodation would be reached that would satisfy security for both NATO and Russia. That was the goal. Why that goal is gone. That is impossible. The Europeans, as a whole, right? I'm not speaking individuals like Orban and Vucic, right? But as a whole, the Europeans are ideologically consumed with Russia hatred to a degree that I don't think we saw during the Cold War.
Right.
So nothing is possible with the, until there is a massive tidal wave of changes, not just in the leaders in place right now, but of entire swaths of political elite. An entire generation of political elite in Europe needs to be washed away, because I don't see any hope for any type of normalization of relations with Europe at the end of this. And I think the Kremlin has come to grips with that. And also that with this administration, I mean, with the U.S. in general, but in particular with this administration, that there is really no, I mean, they'll still go through the motions, but I don't think that there's any diplomatic possibility. Quite obviously, the only thing that Trump understands is strength.
Force.
And I guess, again, you could say that of U.S. leaders in general.
Do you think that they've come to the conclusion that there are no red lines? That, I mean, Katz was having that interview in the open where he is openly opining about murdering Ayatollah and has no issue in saying so.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, if you remember, was also talking about murdering the Ayatollah. That was when they thought that they were...
On repeated occasions.
Yeah.
He talked about it on multiple occasions, yes.
I guess that's kind of my point. Do the Russians look at that and say, okay, there are no red lines? That in the same way that the Israelis are talking about killing political figures, then I
think they recognize that the West has no red lines, because I still don't think that's true for Russia, right? Even seeing that the West has no red lines, the Russians feel constrained by legalistic and moralistic behavior, right? If not only for the West, but simply because that they may need to maintain the diplomatic and economic support of the rest of the world outside the West. So they still hold themselves, while certainly not a degree of purity, right? Let's not say that. It's not like they, I mean, they did invade
That's no
you.
way.
There's no
Yeah.
question, right? But they still try to go through the motions of international law, right? Both codified and common, practice as much as they can. And I don't think that that's going to change for them. I think that is hardwired into the Russian political elite.
Mhm. But that's a figment of imagination. That's just
It is.
that's
It
a
is.
word change. That's changing context from, okay, now we're having a war to we're going after terrorists.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to see Russia assassinate foreign leaders. They're never going to talk about assassinating foreign leaders openly.
And by the way, I'm not saying they should. God, man, I'm sounding very bloodthirsty. That's not what that's not what I'm really trying to get at. The U.S., Israel have no red lines, and they have shown they're willing to kill anybody under any pretext and justify the murder of pretty much anybody.
Assassinations, terrorism, false flag, literally using terrorists, right? I mean, Trump embraced the former head of ISIS and Al Qaeda in Syria, and said he's a tough guy. I mean, you can't. He said something. Well, you can't have a soft guy in that role. He's got to be tough, and he's a fighter, right? I mean, and he's a good-looking guy, according to Trump, which that raises a whole nother spectrum of questions that I won't even, don't want to delve into there. But I think more than anything, perhaps, I mean, maybe the Kremlin's, the FS-based psychological profilers are busy at work after the storm of schizophrenic Trumpian truths, right? Trying to properly assess and come up with a protocol for dealing with the mentality and emotionality, of this overgrown narcissistic man-child that leads, what is in still many ways the most powerful country in the world. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous place. I mean, we faced a previous president with dementia, and we face a current president with apparent narcissism to a megalomaniacal degree, and apparent schizophrenia or extreme bipolar disorder or something. Take your pick.
I think you called it right the first time. An evil man-child, or evil child with a gun, handgun.
Yeah, I think a whole lot of people in the alt media are still trying to say that Trump, at his heart, at his gut, is a good guy with good instincts. He's a good czar that is being misinformed and misled by evil boyars, right? That's his ministers, his top officials around him. And I think you really need to get past this, a lot of people out there, I never did. And I think that's been patently obvious, but a lot of people had hope that some of the things Trump said were genuine, and some of the things he said pointed in some positive directions. None of those have panned out. And when it comes to his already bad inclinations, they have proven even worse than was feared. So, I mean, it is a bad czar informed and manipulated by bad boyars. That is the Trump administration. And I think people stop having a belief that you can vote in the American political system and ever get a good outcome out of it. You're never going to get a good guy. It's impossible, right? You're never going to get someone who wants to find a constructive role for the U.S. foreign policy wise in a multipolar world. It's not, right? You would need a dramatic economic, military, political catastrophe that would completely upend the American political system and suffering and revolution, right? You're not going to get anything else on the other side of it. There is a managed political system. It is not truly democratic in any way. But at the end of it, too, the American people, their conception as a rule, because there is a degree of at least tacit democratic support for what their leaders do for the majority of the population. Americans need to undergo that process of turmoil and suffering to see a social and political change come out the other side before they ever stop as a society and as a state playing, the hegemon, the global leader.
I call it American point of view. I used to call it on the channel. It's an American point of view. It's like for example, the Iran thing is a really good example. For whatever reason, the conversation boils down to, does Iran have nukes or don't they? And if they do, somehow it justifies the U.S. going and murdering a lot of people, which is a very weird point of view.
It's obviously not even about nukes, right? That's just a pretext. That is just a political talking point, right? It's ultimately about hegemony. It's always about the extension of power. And
but see, that's not the way the media
is the biggest threat to U.S. hegemony in the Middle East, because they are a regional power of independence, right? That has long chosen not to align or bandwagon itself with the U.S. in the region.
And see, this is the other thing where the media is always dishonest and never really explains it in any real terms that would make sense. In fact,
forget the media being dishonest. They are malicious. Think about the way, take a look at the media recognizing that Israel has assassinated all of these people, right? Whether we're talking the leader of Hamas, leader of Hezbollah in a ceasefire, attempted to kill the Ayatollah Khamenei, did assassinate large groups of civilian nuclear scientists
and their families.
In most cases, and a host of military officials. The U.S. under Trump previously assassinated Qasem Soleimani. And there were even the Washington Post even had a story revealing, the tip of the iceberg of Mossad's, covert unconventional warfare activities in Iran, with calling up top military and political officials and saying, you flee the country, you make a tape, denouncing your country, or we'll kill not only you, but your wife and kid. And here's to show you we know where they are, blah, blah, blah. And the Washington Post did all of that in the most uncritical. They were like, it's daring, it's cunning. They supported it. They didn't condemn it. They weren't critical of it in any way, shape, or form. They did everything but cheerlead for it, which means they are malicious actors of their own. It's not a fact of them not informing us. It is of their active attempt to further the worst impulses, not just justify, to push the whole course of the Ukraine conflict. The Western media, as the fourth estate of government, has literally cracked the whip. Why won't you send Ukraine these weapons? Why won't you send, the Kiev regime these weapons? Right? Pushing, not just justifying, but actually driving a militarist, imperialist, hegemonic, whatever word you want to use, agenda from a political level themselves.
Such a good point. Such a good point. I saw it at the Geneva Joe Biden Putin convention, where the media was going after Joe Biden for any level of conciliatory position that Joe Biden would take. It was astonishing when Joe Biden finally lost it. So I was screaming at a reporter saying, "You don't understand." Basically, Joe Biden was trying to get across to her in his, Weekend at Bernie's way. You don't get it. We need to have some level of communication just to avoid mistakes. Whereas the media, from their point of view, was like, why are you being conciliatory in any amount? Did you read Putin the Riot Act? Did you punch him in the nose? It was bizarre.
It's not just the political elite, right? It is the media, and to a lesser extent, the speaking in general terms, of course, not out to the listeners of Sputnik out there, but you know that you're an extreme minority to begin with, right? To the
For
listeners.
yourself, sir. We have nearly 2,000 people here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's an extreme minority, right? Let's be honest. But I always go back to, it is this messianic supremacist ideology of exceptionalism
Yes.
that they believe they are the good guys. They believe that they are morally, structurally, and societally superior to every other country on earth. And therefore, whatever they do is for the greater good of the world, right?
Mhm.
That they honestly believe that. It is not. I mean, I don't know about Trump, because he does have this weird transactional mentality that differs. But enough of the people around him, cling to that, and he still has tatters of that ideological fixation. I
Yes.
would say, and with that, I mean, that is, I think it is the most. It is on a level, and I think the real comparisons need to be with
Nazis.
with Wahhabism, with jihadism. It is a destructive and evil ideology, right? In its belief that essentially, like Israel has an ideology of exceptionalism that tells them they are the chosen people. Well, Americans believe the same thing, and so do the Europeans. I think the relationship now between the US and the Europeans is a bit like the Greeks, who accommodated themselves to the Roman Empire, right? They said, well, they're the militaristic ones that will spread throughout the world, but it's our culture and our
Mhm.
ideas that they will be spreading. So that's the role that the Europeans did, which, by the way, was on full display at this sycophantic, obsequious
NATO conference
yeah,
with
this
Daddy.
this this
Yeah.
ritual of abasement and humiliation that was the NATO summit. I mean, we've long talked about how I consider Trump a chaos bomb, and it's always just a matter of where that chaos bomb is going to go off, right? Multiple areas, of course, but where it goes off. And one of what I thought was the sure bets where it would go off, again, harking back to what happened during the first Trump administration, is the transatlantic relationship, the
Mhm.
relationship between Europe, because there is just contempt and hatred between most of the European political elite and Trump. They tried to stop him getting reelected again, right? And they talk open, it's open discussion how much damage was done to that relationship during the first Trump administration. And of course, the institutional embodiment of the transatlantic relationship is NATO,
Right.
right? But thus far, the Europeans have, collectively, obviously agreed to a strategy to minimize that. And that is to just grovel and throw themselves and lick Trump's posterior to the most ridiculous, absurd, and humiliating degree, and agree to whatever he says to to placate the man's ego and narcissism. And that's what we saw at the NATO summit, right? He doesn't want to talk about Ukraine and Zelensky. Fine, we have no meetings about that. We raise no money for him, right? We don't talk about it. No money, no arms. We don't even talk about it. He's there, but kind of in the background, and even he kind of almost put on a suit for the affair, right? But you want you want us to spend 5% of our GDP, right? When most of us aren't even still doing 2%. Sure, we'll agree to that in 10 years, long after you're out of office. But right, it presented Trump with a position of dominance over Europe that he could play to his domestic audience. Even the official White House, what was it, the Twitter, the X
Yeah.
address? Hey, daddy's
Yep.
coming back. That was a humiliation of European political leaders being used as fodder for Trump's domestic political base in the U.S. Look what a dominating alpha dog our president is. Look how the Europeans grovel and lick at his feet.
Yeah, his feet. Yeah, that's that. I can't believe Mark Rutte said that. I mean, it is so humiliating. Like, it is so debasing.
That
For a
was
grown man.
actually just that was actually just the icing on the cake, though, because I mean,
Yeah,
even before Trump got there. Oh, you've achieved such a great success in the Middle East, and you're on your way to another success here. Something that only you, no other American president could. I mean, literally, those are his words, right? It is. I felt embarrassed. I mean, I
yeah.
don't like the European political, but even I felt embarrassed for them. Rachel Marsden wrote an article on RT where she called it the biggest and priciest humiliation fetish performance ever put on. And I'm like, yeah, that's brilliant, because that's essentially what it was.
Let me ask you this: what's next in Iran-Israel thing? I mean, it's very wild to me. Israel clearly has taken more damage than it wants to accept, or at the very least, it wants to acknowledge.
Yeah.
Many of them, even Channel 13 at this point, has pointed out that the level of damage that Israel has taken is extremely significant, and that they're effectively
More in economic terms than in military terms, I would say.
$12 billion, at least on the low end, that they've effectively, so basically $1 billion a day for the war. That's astonishing.
Because the entire economy shut down.
Yeah.
And then Iran evidently successfully targeted and hit the Haifa oil refinery, which provided most of Israel's needs, gasoline and everything like that. The Haifa port as well, that was a tremendous hit.
Ben Gurion Airport.
Yeah.
I mean, the Mossad headquarters. I mean,
yeah. So, the economic damage may have been more significant than the military damage. And of course, we still don't know how much damage was actually done in Iran either. I mean, obviously they have, and they did agree to the ceasefire. I mean, obviously they didn't want an escalation with two nuclear powers, right? They wanted to end it. And again, we'll see. Do they go for the nuke in reality now after all of this is over?
that is such a good question.
I mean, realist logic says, of course they do, but realist logic says they already should have in the first place, right?
Exactly.
They obviously had a strategy that gave them the worst of both worlds, right? They saw what happened to Libya and Iraq, right, when they gave up the pursuit of weapons, right? And they saw what happened to North Korea when they culminated. And they tried to chart a middle road, satisfying probably different factions within the Iranians' own government, some who favored it and some who didn't, of enriching uranium far past the extent, that is needed for civilian nuclear use, which is 3-point-something%, and enriching up to 60%. So most of the work of the way towards a nuclear weapon, but not going any further than that, and not actually beginning a weaponization program, i.e., how to turn that enriched uranium into a bomb and put it on a missile and fire it, right? That it was believed that I know there's arguments. Oh, there's higher enriched uranium that has a few obscure little medical uses and everything. Oh, come on, that's a cope. That's an excuse, a justification, right? There was two purposes of this. One, they believed that it was a kind of strategic deterrent of its own, the threat that they could, in a short period of time, maybe half a year or whatever, turn that if they felt the existential need to into a nuclear weapon. And the other one is that they could use that in leverage in negotiations with the U.S. and the West, which they, particularly under Pezeshkian, they sincerely wanted in order to remove sanctions against them and normalize relations. Well, instead, it gave them no strategic deterrent and provided the pretext for Israel to launch this attack and for the U.S. to come in on it. So that was, in retrospect, that middle of the road argument was the worst. Either don't at all or go all the way and sit as comfortably as Kim Jong-un does now in Pyongyang, right? I mean, with a nuclear deterrent. And it must be said, not only does he have a nuclear deterrent, but he now has conventional military, economic, and political stability through the alliances that he has struck with Russia and China. I mean, Kim Jong-un is obviously the best Kim. I mean, whatever you may think of North Korea, he has done more for that country in the past few years. He has played his hand rather skillfully. But it obviously hasn't worked for Iran. So Iran has a lot of questions. They need the extent of counterintelligence work that they need to cover up the holes, the penetration of their society. That might be an even more crucial demand for them than air defense. Digital sovereignty, counterintelligence, air defense. I mean, those are things that they all revealed as weaknesses, right? For Israel, yeah, I mean, obviously their air defense was a huge weakness, the vulnerability of their economy. Those things aren't easily corrected. But the shortage of both long-range strike munitions and, more important, air defense interceptors, that's not something they can easily and quickly fix because the U.S. itself is facing a shortage. There was a Ukrainian journalist whose husband is apparently still in the country. She kind of gave the intimation that he was fighting for the Kiev regime. And she asked Trump, will you let us buy Patriot interceptors, right? You know, the missiles, the anti-missile missiles, right? For the Patriot. And he's like, well, yeah, you really need them and they're great. They have 100% effectiveness. I mean, which is just more absurdity there. They've got real performance problems, but never mind that. Just lies after lies after lies. But then he said, but we need them, and then Israel needs them. So good luck. That's what he said, right? That's why I did not believe that the U.S. would launch this war, because I saw that they had this Achilles heel. They did not have air defense interceptors. And the Israelis apparently sold, the war hawks around Trump, who, talked him into it, that they could finish it all in 2 weeks, and they wouldn't even need the air defense. This decapitation strike, this Operation Red Wedding, and Operation Narnia. By the way, hats off to the evil mother effer in the Israeli military's naming organization, who shares my love of fantasy literature. Red Wedding being Game of Thrones, and Narnia being the C.S. Lewis's Narnia books, right? I'm just like, the Red Wedding, at least I could understand. The Narnia one, killing civilian nuclear scientists is through the wardrobe. What? I mean, I was just trying to fathom the rationale there, but they sold Trump on the idea that they could do the whole thing in a few weeks, and they wouldn't. That shortage of air defense missiles would never be a problem, and that the David's arrow, the David's boomerang, and the David's sling, would fend off any attacks, and before they finished the matter, and none of that happened. So that's why I didn't believe they would launch it in the first place, because of that military weakness. But they convinced themselves that it didn't matter, and it did. As the headlines of every major, Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, they all admitted Israel's running short of missiles, right? Of air defense missiles, of strike missiles, and the U.S. doesn't have any to give, right? That was obvious. So it did rear its head, and that was one of the major calculations leading to the tapping the mat and saying, "Okay, we made a mistake here," and asking for demanding the ceasefire. But that's also why I don't think that it's going to be launched again soon. But I was wrong the first time, so who knows?
Yeah, I don't know, Mark. I mean, they were talking about launching even before the ceasefire even went through. And if they believe that the U.S. is going to come down, because, I mean, what they demonstrated was that whether Trump wants to get involved or not, because I agree with you, I think they probably convinced Trump, our hands don't have to be on it. Israel can handle it. They can overthrow the government. The world will be great. And then when it became the case that that wasn't true, and it became clear like they were begging for a ceasefire, and Trump comes in with 2 attacks, almost as a threat to stop. My proxy needs a breather. They can't keep up. They can't keep going, right? But the catch becomes, okay, well, you just demonstrated that you could pull the U.S. into something, whether Trump wants to be involved or not. So what stops them for doing this again? I mean, they're rearming feverishly, apparently. It wasn't a rational act to do it the first time around, or at the very least, I guess maybe in their mind it was a rational act because they thought they could take down the government. I guess the question becomes now, what do they? I mean, obviously they're going to try to make adjustments for their weaknesses.
Sure.
Is it possible to make those?
Yeah, I mean, this is not the end. It's just
No.
it turned into a skirmish, right? It wasn't the end of this conflict. Both sides will now just go back and prepare for the next round. The only question is how soon before Israel launches it again. That's all.
What does Iran have to do in this? I mean, obviously they're going to have to deal with air defense issues, like you said. They're going to have to deal with Mossad issues.
Yeah.
I guess I don't know. I am fascinated by this kind of long standoffish attacks and how both sides were able to get this kind of air superiority. Neither side was able to defend their airspace in real terms. Mm-hmm. Like that is fascinating to me, that this is the type of war
midway boxers with no defense game just plowing into each other's faces, seeing who had more staying power, which it was obvious that in a war, Israel's geared for short, quick wars, right? They don't do long wars. I mean, that's been painfully obvious. It's already a military maxim, and Iran took some solid blows in the beginning, but then perked up a bit and started to give at least as good as they were getting, and then it was obvious that if this continued for weeks and months into the future, that Israel's weaknesses would show more and more and more, and that Iran would then win a war of attrition. A long-range strike war of attrition, but still a war of attrition, and that's why they tapped out. And everyone has to address those issues. For Iran, the main things are: so do we go for the strategic deterrent? Do we go for the nuclear weapon now? Right? Then they have to vastly improve their air defense and their counterintelligence. Right? And I would say their digital sovereignty as well. Right. And then the question is, of course, particularly with the regards to the former, how do they go about it? Do they finally come to a place where they feel they have to begin to trust Russia and China in a real military alliance relationship? Which
they almost have to, if they were going to try to go for the bomb, right? I mean,
well, no. If they go for the bomb, then the opposite, because Russia and China would not want that. Russia and China do not. Russia and China is, if you engage in enough military alliance with us, we can help you with air defense. We can help you build up your conventional forces. You won't need a strategic deterrent, right? Russia and China, as far as we know, they've never given any indication that they have they maintain the idea of nuclear, stopping nuclear proliferation to just the powers. They don't want further, right? Because there is the possibility, right? Everyone brings it up. If Iran develops a nuclear weapon, does then Saudi, does then Turkey, does then Egypt, right? I mean, which would be nuclear proliferation throughout the Middle East, right? Which I think everyone agrees would be, not it's not desirable, right? In a
Doesn't that also hold true
stability.
for Israel, though? I mean, Israel has nukes.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that
Israel has.
say-
I mean, but that is already something factored in for decades. Do I like it? No, but I mean, there's nothing that anyone can do about it. So Russia and China will argue that we can build up your air defenses, right? We, through a mutual defense pact with us, that will unofficially extend our nuclear umbrella over you, right? So you don't need nuclear weapons. That's what they will argue. And there will be arguments within the Iranian government, because it is not a one-man dictatorship. There will be arguments within the power factions there that will support that, and there will be others saying we can't trust them. Look, it was only a decade ago that Russia was withholding the S-300s that we had a deal that they would supply when Medvedev was president, because Russia was trying to flirt with the West,
Right.
right? And I mean, Putin all the time brings up a degree of sympathy that Russia still has with Israel, because, as he points out, right, Israel is practically a Russian-speaking country, because there are literally millions of Russian-speaking immigrants from Russia and the rest of the former Soviet Union there, and that's true. So the Russian government tried to maintain a business-like relationship, right? Even a friendly relationship with Israel for years. It's only now geopolitics has pushed them apart, right? More than anything else. So Israel will say, why should we trust that? And with China as well, right? The Chinese are inscrutable, and they have a tradition of trying to avoid conflict,
Right.
to whatever degree. So there will be say, why should we surrender our security and our sovereignty and depend on Russia and China when we can't depend on them? Let's get our own nuke instead, and then we don't have to. That is the arguments that are, I'm sure, being made now in the Iranian government by different factions, and I can't tell them how to decide the security of their own country, and it's true. I mean, any military alliance means giving up a degree of your sovereignty in
Right.
exchange for security. Look how much sovereignty the Europeans have given up to the United States. I mean, that was on full display in the NATO summit in The Hague, in Belgium. So I mean, it's true. You do when you have. That's why Russia and China have avoided and always said they're not interested in geopolitical blocks, military alliances. But again, when you're forced with the other side bringing the entire collective West against you, well, then you kind of have to find allies. Otherwise, and this is the truth that I draw from this. The tripartite of Russia, China, and Iran are important to the entire future world order as the foundation of a multipolar world. It will either sink or swim on the strength of those relationships that solidify Eurasia. Russia and China most important, but Iran being the next hub that multipolar world will have to be built on. And that tripartite will either survive together or they will fall alone. Because the hegemon's not going to stop coming. They see a closing geopolitical window of opportunity. They're rearranging their strategic sequencing, right? It was believed in the Biden administration, swing hard against Russia, take them out, ignore the Middle East, and we'll pivot to China. Now, The Trump administration comes in and they say, well, the Russia thing didn't work out, so we're going to pivot hard and take out Iran and then pivot to China. And that hasn't worked out, right? Now it will be, let's just take on China head on. I don't know that you know what it will turn out to be, but they're not going to stop. They can't stop.
One interesting point on this: the IAEA under Grossi obviously completely corrupted, right? I mean, like just radically
institutional capture and weaponization. Period.
Yes.
Even Russia has openly said this, right? So, and Grossi has delusions that he's going to be UN Secretary General.
He is such a
There's
weirdo.
no way that Russia and China are ever going to approve that man. Just not going to happen.
He is such a weirdo. I mean, it's like, dude, you have been outed as being radically discredited. And he's still like, well, Iran needs to show me their stuff. And I'm like, as I pointed out on Twitter, can he also play the piano with his penis? Like the other weirdo who makes these proclamations. And I'm talking about Zelensky.
He's a complete puppet, right? I mean, it was already on full display in Ukraine when he and his people are at the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant and Ukrainian drones are raining down on them. And they're like, we don't know who's firing these drones, but we really wish they would stop it, right? You know, and now he was obviously directly feeding information,
Yes.
you know, to the Americans about how to hit the nuclear facilities, where to hit them, and apparently even which nuclear scientists to kill. Right?
Yep.
Of course, you would never invite these people back into your country. Get out of here.
I know, but he's talking like they must show me this stuff. And it's like, dude, how are you talking like this right now? And the other interesting part of that is, all right, so the cameras are no longer working. The IAEA is no longer allowed in Ukraine. I'm sorry, inside of Iran. And so all this stuff is a black box at this point from the standpoint of Iran. How does
Why wouldn't you take advantage of that?
But see, this is why I point out, why I say, well, they would need to lump with someone else. Because from the US point of view, they're still using this as a pretext to go after Iran. And so now Iran has material, regardless of whether Trump wants to or not, it's almost irrelevant to the point. They have material. The IAEA is no longer part of this process.
They have the knowledge. They have
the knowledge.
Engineering ability, right? It's just a political decision. That's all.
I'm saying it's a black box now in a way that it wasn't before.
They're now, I mean, it's not a total black box because we know Mossad has Iran terribly penetrated, but now it's all on Israeli and to a lesser degree CIA intelligence and not the the ridiculously naively open transparency of Iran and inviting the IAEA in and letting them walk around in their 100-meter deep secret enrichment facilities. That is over, right? It will now be on intelligence. And by the way, it must be said, in case you missed the little detail, Mossad actually put out a public thank you to the CIA, right? Because it would not, all of our Operation Red Wedding and Narnia, all of our assassinations and murder and terrorism in Iran would not have been possible without the joint operation with our buddies in the CIA.
It's amazing.
Just that blatant.
Mark, before I let you go, I have to hit, and I wanted to hit this earlier, but I just got the flow of conversation. Russia is they are pummeling Ukraine at this point. They put up, 500 drones and missiles the other night, and they've done this like twice?
Yeah, on Saturday evening, it was 500 drones and somewhere around 60 or 70 missiles, right? Really going after military industrial facilities all across the country, West Ukraine, Kryvyi Rog, and the like. They really hit them hard. And the Ukrainian intelligence has warned that by the autumn, Russia is still ramping up production of everything. And for the Garans, for these new improved Garan 3 jet drones, right? This is Kiev regime intelligence saying that Russia will be producing and therefore capable of using 700 a day by the autumn, right? And they already have so many of them that they're not just using them as long-range strike drones anymore, right? They're not just going after facilities, across the country. They're using them as an operational and tactical tool alongside the Fab glide bombs to rip up Kiev regime's logistics, 20 to 30 kilometers just behind the front lines. Right, they're using them regularly for that, which means they have an excess of them. Right, they can't find enough strategic targets to go after. They're making so many that now they've expanded their use. So now you have options in the Kiev regime's logistical rear, whether to use glide bombs, of which there are ever increasing more varieties and capabilities, by the way, as well, and now Garans as well, because we've got so many of them.
What does it look like on the battlefield? We have about, what time is it? Okay, we have about 6 minutes, give or take 7 minutes.
So right now, Russia is moving into storming Pokrovsk, moving into storming Kupiansk, right, in the northern Donbass. They're, practically, they're in the Konstantinovka suburbs at this point. Right, what is the Konstantinovka suburbs? They're within artillery range of Sumy, which means they are within, the suburbs effectively of Sumy as well. They're unstoppable. For the course of this NATO summit, they launched another politically motivated counterattack, and they managed to slow down Russia's advance for about 2 or 3 days, and exhausted themselves in the process. And now Russia is just steaming ahead now. And it was just over the weekend that a big push from the south in Zaporozhye to Tokmak and Arehov really kicked off finally. And it was in the works. We talked about it for a couple months now, I think, but it finally kicked off. So a new big offensive front opened in the south as well. So, and on a battlefield, things just look, they're still fighting, right? But they're just not able to hold everywhere now.
And it's getting grimmer and grimmer by the day. And Russia hasn't even activated the reserve army.
No, they haven't, not yet. That's for once the crumbling really starts, right? That will be to punch home and to end this. And Zelensky met with Budanov again last week, making clear now that the dirty war that the Kiev regime, as we have talked earlier, as David Ignatius wrote about in the Washington Post, increasingly the Kiev regime will turn to a dirty war of terrorism and assassinations and unconventional warfare, because that's what they'll be able to do, and that will generate them headlines and do theoretically psychological and political damage in Russia and the like, so that is what they'll do.
And last question, Russia's not changing the special military operation into a counterterrorism operation?
Not yet. Apparently not yet. No, we haven't heard any talk in that regard. I think unofficially the rules of engagement have broadened a bit, but they're still not going after political leaders. After those last attacks, we did not see Oreshniks fired. We did not even see the Kiev regime's intelligence leaders, at least not immediately targeted in a big way. So that was just kind of that whole Operation Spider's Web and the attacks on the Russia's strategic bombers was just kind of like, we don't feel the need to escalate in response to this. It didn't do enough of us significant damage. Stay the course, just push harder on the battlefield. And that's what they're doing.
Mark Sleboda. Mark, always appreciate you, man. I love your analysis. I think you're dead on. You're best in the business, man. And I mean that. I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it. Mark Sleboda is an international relations security analyst. You can follow Mark on Twitter at Mark Sleboda1. You can also find him on Realpolitik with Mark Sleboda on Boosty, Boosty. You can look up either by his name or Realpolitik with Mark Sleboda. You have a fantastic day, man. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
All right. We are going from we have a power show today. John Kiriakou. So
Hey, buddy.
again, somebody who I always love talking to. John Kiriakou, he's former CIA officer, author, and speaker. His books include The CIA Insider's Guide to the Iran Crisis, The Reluctant Spy. And John, you are also on the show with Ted Rawl. Please give me the name of that show.
It is called, what's our show called? Oh, come on, man. It's early in the morning for me. I still have jet lag. Yeah.
Hold on, wait a minute. I had it up and I just didn't write it down when I was pulling up information. Hold on, I'll find it for you. I'll find it.
Thank you.
Because you have two.
I
There
have
were
two.
two.
The other one's Deep Focus with John Kiriakou.
Deep Focus, right?
Yeah.
And the one with Ted Rawl is.
I'm embarrassed.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Like I said, it's early. It's early. Let's see. This one is. Oh God, what is the name of that show? Every time I talk to Ted,
I'm gonna search for it too. So it's on YouTube.
Deprogram.
Deprogram. Thank you.
Deprogram. Every time Ted is on the show, I always ask him the name of the show. Thank you for joining me, man. I really appreciate it. I always enjoy these conversations with you. That's why I always
Thank you.
appreciate you that you come on. Let's talk about Iran. You wrote the book on Iran. I think I told you when you were here last time, I thought these talks were fake. At the very least, I've been saying it for like a few months. There were a few reasons, the escalating of demands. Like I think they wrote down what they wanted once. They would always go with demands that were beyond what Iran obviously was going to accept. Then there was this kind of context of events over the course of 20 years where they've been taking down government after government after government, with Iran being the last one standing. I do think Iran thought that the negotiations were legit. And I think you even pointed out that even in the newspaper, Iran was shocked at Witkoff's openness, because at one point it seemed like they had a deal. And when Witkoff got back, they went after him like nobody's business.
Yeah, and the reason why there was no deal was because it was the U.S. that kept changing its demands.
Exactly. Give me your take on all of this, the 12-day war leading up to, like, if you had to put this in context in a way that, I guess, from a CIA viewpoint of this, because they were they were involved. I mean, Mossad thanked the CIA, as Mark pointed out, at the end of the process, saying, "Hey, thanks for all the help in making this happen." Give me your take on this, just as a general overview, and we can step into it from the overview.
Sure. This is exceedingly complicated, first of all. On the one hand, you've got a president who is beholden to the government of Israel.
Yes.
And Donald Trump, frankly, will do most of what Benjamin Netanyahu wants him to do. We shouldn't be surprised by that. At the same time, Donald Trump has proven to be the kind of guy who very, very much wants a great overarching deal, right? So without having access to the classified intelligence, I'm going to lay out a scenario which I think is a possibility, maybe even a likelihood. So Trump has tried to walk this tightrope between Israel and the Arabs, not the Iranians. I don't think he cares one way or the other about the Iranians, but the Arabs. And he has placed his entire legacy on the line with the Abraham Accords, which fell apart on October 7th, a couple of years ago. He wants very much to revive the Abraham Accords. And being the deal maker that everybody says Donald Trump is, what he's proposing, according to Haaretz, excuse me, over the weekend, is this overarching deal.
It's grotesque.
It is that Gaza will fall under the administration of Saudi Arabia, but will continue to be owned by Israel. The Saudis will spend maybe as much as $1 trillion on a port, an airport, a water desalination plant, a sewer system, and an electrical grid. There will be no arms permitted in Gaza. The Saudis would guarantee that. So Gaza would become its own self-sufficient economic entity, administered by Saudi Arabia and owned by Israel, with the Saudis running the day-to-day governance of Gaza. In exchange for that...
Wait, John, can I interrupt 1 second? There's more to that also, depopulation. I mean, they were talking about kicking...
That's been pushed to the side. First of all, that's one of the definitions of genocide. And the international community won't stand for it, including the whole of Europe. Donald Trump can't just say, look, I'm going to commit this genocide and I don't want to hear any lip about it. You can't do that.
Why can't he? We've been watching it take place for over 2 years. Nearly 2 years.
Because it's one thing to call this a war or a fight against terrorism. It's an entirely different thing to forcibly relocate an entire people. I mean, it's quite literally the definition of genocide.
John, I so disagree with you on this. I'm sorry, I do.
Oh,
I can show you.
But you can't move 2 million people. You can't do it.
I know, but they've killed more than 400,000 people. I can show you the bodies of children starving to death. I
don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you, but you can't. The world won't stand by as this becomes a policy by the United States. A policy by Israel is different. The fight is on. But for the United States to say we're either going to kill, starve, or move every remaining Arab in Gaza, not a chance. No way.
That's what we've been doing. We've been paying 80%.
That's not what we've been doing. Where have people... Look, the Jordanians say not one Palestinian will enter Jordan. It's already 50% Palestinian. Right. The Egyptians closed the border. When Trump floated the idea of relocating everybody to this Indonesian island, the Indonesians said, forget it. Then he said, Albania, we're going to move them to Albania. They said, not in a million years. There's no country on earth that is willing to take the Palestinians.
I guess what I'm getting at, John, is if we are paying 70% of a genocide, then I'm missing this great distinction between us paying for it versus us doing it directly.
Oh, I think there's a massive distinction. We're supposed to be the good guys. We've convinced ourselves that we're the good guys. And fighting terrorism, which is sort of the line that successive administrations have used, consider this to be a fight against terrorism. Forcibly removing 2 million civilians is not fighting terrorism. It's genocide.
Okay. It's not even 2 million anymore. It's like 1.8.
Whatever it is, you can't do it. And the world won't stand for it. I mean, already Ireland has recognized Palestine. But this is the thing. So the Saudis administer Gaza. The Israelis own it. The Israelis will concede that at some future date, Palestine will be recognized as and we've heard that, of course, since 1948, will be recognized as an independent country. But then the Saudis would open an embassy in Tel Aviv, the Israelis would open an embassy in Riyadh, and all criminal charges would be dropped against Netanyahu, which Trump added at the last minute in a Truth Social post.
Right.
Yeah. Now, at the same time, that they would bring in the Iranians by allowing the Iranians to produce enriched uranium up to, I think it was 35%, but that uranium would be housed, and this is unacceptable to the Iranians.
Yeah, they never.
The uranium would be housed in the UAE.
Never accept it.
No, they've already said flat out, not going to happen. At the same time, the Omanis said over the weekend that, much to their surprise, the Iranians are willing to continue talks. Now, the U.S. has said that the talks are going to take place again on Saturday in Muscat. The Iranians say that's not true. They've not agreed to any talks. So my guess is there won't be talks in the near term. The funerals for the generals, the many generals who were killed in this 12-day war took place on Saturday. And I'll tell you, man, it's rare in any country on earth to see unity like we saw in Iran on Saturday.
Right there.
If Donald Trump thought that this was going to cause chaos and bring down the regime, man, he doesn't know anything about history.
You know, as well, I spoke to this woman in Iran over the weekend, and I said, why? I said, I was like, look, the U.S. is full of monsters. Why would you negotiate with these monsters? I was like, if you look at what took place in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan. And she said, look, we have our own political realities we have to deal with. And she said, there are political factions that want to negotiate. And it was required that they go through the motions of these negotiations, meaning actually have an honest take at the negotiations just to show the public that you can't negotiate with the U.S. Meaning the unity that came after the fact was on some level politically necessary for them to go through the first negotiation just to show the public we did this in honest faith. They lied.
And I'll add, too, that the Iranians are in a historically strong position right now. First of all, I agree with Mohammad Morandi's analysis that this bombing campaign by the Israelis and by the Americans really did almost nothing to weaken the Iranian government. Mm-hmm. They withstood it. It unified the country. It brought everybody together. Generals are very easily replaced. And it's funny, too. Not funny, haha, but funny, interesting, that many Iranian generals have said in interviews that they expect to be killed. They know they're all targets of the Israelis. And so there's a very strong pipeline for people to be promoted to general. You can kill as many generals as you want. More are going to pop up. You can't cut off the head of the of Iranian national defense. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
There's also credible information that the Israelis simply ran out of missiles.
Yeah.
They gave the Iranians their best shot, and the Iranians weathered it. So I think Iran came out stronger militarily and politically. In addition, here in the United States, we consistently underestimate the benefit of the JCPOA to Iran. Whether or not the United States is involved or adheres to the JCPOA, I think is irrelevant, because the JCPOA allowed the whole rest of the world to trade with Iran. And so you've got the British, the French, the Germans, the Japanese, and everybody in between, besides the Russians, the Chinese, and the Indians, all trading with Iran. Here in the United States, we have a law that says if you trade with Iran, you are subject to sanctions, mandatory sanctions. Mm-hmm. But we've ignored that law because as soon as we pulled out of the JCPOA in 2017, Donald Trump told all of our allies, okay, we're out of the JCPOA, so you have to jump out of the JCPOA too and sanction Iran. And they said, forget it. We're not going to do that. So what are you going to do? You're going to sanction the UK and France and everybody else in the world? What the Iranians really, really needed, like on an immediate basis, was spare parts for their airplanes, both military and civilian. And they needed spare parts for the oil industry and dredging equipment. And they got it. They got it from the Chinese. So they don't really need to have sanctions lifted. It just doesn't matter anymore because Donald Trump handed them this situation on a silver platter in 2017, thinking that he was being tough and strong against the Iranians. And instead, he removed any pressure that the U.S. might have been able to place against the Iranians.
Yeah. I'm curious on something else. Like, I think people, myself included, was surprised that it's almost like Iranian internal security is like Swiss cheese. Well,
the Iranians have a problem. They have a serious problem with espionage in their country. Yes.
Why? Why is it so
well
prolific?
I have to keep reminding myself that, because I'm on the side of the Iranians in this whole thing, but I have to keep reminding myself that Iran has big problems too. They're perfectly happy to hang you from a crane by your neck if you say something that the government doesn't like. Okay, it's not all milk and honey over there. Excuse me. They have serious problems. And so this isn't a government that engenders such goodwill that it can go out and do anything it wants.
I see.
With that said, then, there are people in the country who hate their government and are willing to work against it, risking death. And they already, a week ago, they already started executing people just suspected of working for the Syrians. You know, I mean, for the Israelis. One of the things that the Israelis did last week that was a surprise to me, but it was very effective technique. It's something that the U.S. did to the Iraqis in 2003, is you start calling people and threatening them, right? There was a fantastic reporting in the Washington Post of a Mossad, a Farsi-speaking Mossad officer calling an Iranian general and saying, look, we're going to kill you tomorrow. Now, we know that they did this to a number of generals. They slipped notes under their apartment doors in the middle of the night saying, hey, we're going to kill you tomorrow. This is your only chance. You can come work for us or we're going to kill you tomorrow. Then they called their wives and said, we're going to kill your husband tomorrow and we may take down the entire apartment building. So tell him to get on the right side of this. And then finally, they called the generals themselves, which is what you heard on that Washington Post recording, saying, we're going to kill you unless you make a video renouncing support for the Iranian government and announcing support for the Israeli government. Now, that's obviously a death sentence to do something like that. Why would you do something like that? But then they legitimately went out and killed every one of these guys, more than a half a dozen of them. So they've got their cell phones, they have their addresses, they can track their movements. And one of the things about the Israelis too, and we saw this in spades in Beirut and in southern Lebanon, is if somebody is in an apartment building, somebody who's a target is in an apartment building, they will take down the entire block if they can be sure that they're killing this one person. They'll kill hundreds just to get that one person. That's why the death toll was so much higher.
I guess it brings two questions. For one, why didn't Iran reciprocate? And two, and let me ask the second one first. How do they go about recruiting spies? I mean, I would imagine there would be some Mossad agent. You would try to get close to somebody. Hey, I'll give you money. Because they ended up having a lot of Afghans and a lot of Indians. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, that they found were working with the Israelis, not to mention, groups like MEK or whatever.
Yeah, right.
That were internal.
Yeah, this is mostly refugees. This intelligence network that they have inside Iran. The conventional wisdom, Jamarl, is that the Israelis recruit Iranian Jews. There are more Jews in Iran than any other country. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. There are more Jews in Iran than any other country in the Middle East outside of Israel.
Wow.
And so the conventional wisdom is, they just recruit these Iranian Jews. Not true. Iranian Jews are loyal to the Iranian government. In fact, many of them volunteered for the military just to fight the Israelis. But Iran has struggled for decades with a refugee crisis. Millions, literally millions of Afghans and Pakistani Baluch have crossed into Iran since 1979. They're not eligible for Iranian citizenship. They're not eligible for Iranian government aid because they're not Iranians. And so if you are desperate and hungry and have no alternative, that is a vulnerability that the Mossad has been able to exploit. So if you're some penniless refugee from Afghanistan in Tehran, and the Israelis give you $500 and say, get me the addresses of these 5 generals or 10 or 20 generals, by God, you're going to do it. and you're going to transmit it back to them.
How do these refugees get into the country in general? I mean, this may be a stupid question, considering they don't.
That's a good question. The border is absolutely massive, and it's unprotected. It's just too big, and it's too rough, and it's too mountainous. And I'll give you an idea of this. In 2009, when I joined the staff of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, John Kerry, who was the chairman at the time, told me that he wanted to reach out to the Iranians. Mm-hmm. So I sent a letter under his signature to the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations. And I said, we wanted to meet. So I went up to New York and I met with the Iranian ambassador secretly. And I said, Senator Kerry is interested in improving relations with Iran. This is before the JCPOA was even proposed.
Yeah.
Kerry was really gung-ho about trying to make things right with the Iranians. And the Iranians said, that sounds great. We want weapons. We want night vision goggles. We want secure communications with encryption. We want ammunition. And I was like, no. That's not what I'm not here to talk about that.
Right. Right. Money gun lawyers.
It's because they simply can't control the border. And remember, this is how all that Afghan heroin gets into Iran too. The border is just so big and so rough and so mountainous, they just can't control it.
Interesting. Oh, that's so interesting. I guess to bounce back to the other question, why don't they reciprocate? I mean, Israel had no issue murdering civilians. They had no issue taking down apartment buildings. Why does Iran hold itself to some weird standard when they're dealing with monsters that don't have those standards?
That is a very good question. And as background, I'm going to say, notice the difference in the death tolls in the two countries, right? 4, 5, 6 times the number of people in Iran were killed than were killed in Israel. Not because the Iron Dome protected them, but the Iranians legitimately attacked military and economic targets. Of course, there were a couple of errant missiles that hit, apartment buildings, but the Israelis actively target civilian residential areas. They want that big death toll. They want to kill that one general, even if it means killing 200 other people in the building. And the Iranians didn't do that. They took the high road. And that was a policy decision they made. I'm not sure why they did. I think they did it to be on the right side of international law, frankly. Mm-hmm. One of the things that the Iranians have shown the rest of us in 2 go-rounds now with the Israelis is that the Iron Dome isn't so vaunted as it's been cracked up to be. If those slow-motion drones can get through, and remember in the first go-round, 7 drones got through, right? 7. That's a lot. That tells me that the Iron Dome doesn't really work like they say it works. And then enough missiles got through to actually do damage. Iran is a gigantic country. It has 92 million people. And just in terms of area, it's massive. And what does Israel have? 8 million, I guess?
8 million, yeah.
Yeah. So Iran can, take a licking and keep on ticking, as the old Timex commercial used to say.
Oh, your point is, I'm sorry, I thought you were still going. Your point is effectively they willingly absorb, knowing full. Yeah, I guess this is the argument I used to make too, that if it's pound for pound, even if Israel can dish out 3 times more, Israel's going to get crushed. It can't.
Going to get crushed. The Israelis would have to use nuclear weapons. And to do that I think it would be the end of Israel.
Why do you think it would be the end of Israel?
Because the West, with the United States aside, because we're, beholden to the Israelis, I think the West would walk away from Israel if they use nuclear weapons without having nuclear weapons used on them.
But see, this is the part that gets me, and I guess this is where my main disagreement goes with this. Intellectually, I would hope that to be true. But by the same token, I never thought I'd watch a genocide take place in real time. Meaning I never thought I'd watch kids walking around like skeletons.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
mind blowing. I've never seen that, nor did I think I would ever see that.
Have you ever been like to the West Bank or Gaza?
Yeah, Bethlehem.
That's a Christian town. Have you been like to Nablus, let's say, or
No.
Jamarl? It's like walking from the first world into the fourth world. It's the biggest prison on earth, the biggest open air prison on earth. You know, my mom said to me one time in 2008, my dad had died and she wanted to travel. So she called me one day and she said, I think I'm going to go to Ireland with your sister. And I said, Ireland? I said, what do you want to go to Ireland for in February? You know how cold and rainy it is in Ireland? I said, the priest at my church is taking a group to Israel, Mom. You should go to Israel. But she's like, oh, that's a great idea. So she and my sister went. My mom had zero political perspective, didn't know anything, wasn't really interested in politics or foreign affairs. She came back as a 100% Palestine activist. She said to me, she was so sweet about it. She said, did you have any idea how those Israelis treat the Palestinians? And I said, of course. Like my whole adult life, I've been watching the way they treat the Palestinians. And she said she cried a couple of times. She cried at a roadblock one time. They had a Palestinian Christian, Greek Orthodox driver for their little van that held 12 people.
Oh, this happened to me too. Go
Yeah.
ahead, please.
And
This
she
has happened
said
to me too.
the guy was a professional driver and he would drive them to Bethlehem and drive them to Nazareth and just sit in the van. So they come to an IDF roadblock and the guy's reading some pulp fiction, novel while everybody's inside the church taking pictures. And an IDF soldier grabbed the book out of his hand and opened it up and said, no picture of Arafat on this page, and tore out the page and threw it at him. No picture of Arafat on this page, and he tore clumps of pages out and threw it at him. And the poor driver just sat there and took it.
Yeah.
And she said to him, why do you allow them to treat you like that? And he said, madam, the alternative is that they shoot me.
Yeah.
And then she said, as if that wasn't bad enough, as they're entering the West Bank, there are these 30-foot walls with barbed wire on the side, or on the top rather, that the Israelis said were to keep the Palestinians out of Israel. And she said, they're not. They're to keep the Palestinians, to keep the Palestinians in Palestine, in cages. It's a prison. And I said, Kalimera, it's something the Greeks say, good morning. Like you just woke up and realized that this is the reality in Palestine, or occupied Palestine, which is what the West Bank is. So I think part of our problem here in the United States is most Americans either don't know that or refuse to acknowledge it. I taught years ago at Liberty University, an evangelical university. I'm not evangelical. I have nothing in common with them, but they offered me a teaching position and I accepted it. For whatever reason, I'm still on the listserv of professors. And I mean, I taught there in 2011.
Yeah.
2008 to 2011. So I'm still on the listserv. And the ugly, vociferous hatred that I see for Palestinians on this listserv is disguised as support for Israel and opposition to terrorism. Well, none of these people have ever met a Palestinian. None of these people have ever been to Palestine or to Israel. They're just going by what they see on Fox and the One America Network and what they hear, in their Bible-beating evangelical churches. So a lot of this is a result in the United States is a result of ignorance, in many cases, willful ignorance. And I think that as things continue to get worse and our European allies become more vocal in their opposition to what we're seeing today, literally starving children, I think they're going to begin to drag Americans with them in that direction.
Mark, I mean, I'm sorry, not Mark. John, I gotta be honest. I don't see it. Stuff like this is just every day now. They're just daily,
Yeah.
just children as skeletons.
Yes.
And you see,
Yes.
like when I was in Bethlehem, it was never that bad. Like,
Oh no,
I
no,
remember,
no, never.
I remember they pulled my van driver out because apparently he didn't have some kind of identification, took the man to jail somewhere. And in perfect English, hey, another driver will come in a moment to take you to wherever you're going. And it's like you see that stuff. Like I remember when we got into Eliot looks like Little America. And then when you cross into Bethlehem, you're in like
Get it.
Just two
different
worlds.
country. Yes.
It is bizarre.
Yes.
And you get back to the States. My ex-wife, I remember the first time she went to Israel with me, and she didn't understand why I was being a bit of a dick, right? Because for one, I didn't want to be there at that point.
What year was this?
This was maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Recently. Mm-hmm.
This was recent. She didn't get it because she's not really political in that sense. And I remember when we were leaving, she says, when I was at the museum, she says, it dawned on me, if all of these Israelis came here, who was here for, when they got here? And she said, it kind of dawned on her like, oh, that's why all of these people are in these places with guns. That's why they were running around with all of the military. That's why, meaning it took her a while to click of who was here before these people got here. It is an alternate reality. It is
Truly.
just bizarre.
And Americans have no idea. The last time I was there, I was in Jerusalem. This is 2022. I was actually there to cover the Israeli elections for Sputnik.
Yeah.
And
I remember this. I remember them sending you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I remember them sending you.
There were two things. One, I would see these signs everywhere, billboards, banners. We are with you, America. And I'm like, on what? You're with us on what? We don't want to be with you. Like, what are these stupid billboards? That was the first thing. The second thing, it was my last full day in Israel, and I had to do your show. You were early in the morning.
Yeah.
Was it 7 to 10, I think?
7 to 10.
Eastern? Okay,
Same
so
Yep.
Israel was 7 hours ahead, and I was going to be on at 8. So I had the day free until 3 p.m. until I had to get on your show. And I hadn't yet gone to the Mount of Olives, and I wanted to see the Garden of Gethsemane and the Virgin Mary's, tomb and stuff like that. So I went in the morning, and I went to the Mount of Olives, and then I thought, okay, I'm going to go back into the old city of Jerusalem and buy a souvenir. So I'm on the Mount of Olives. You go down into the valley and then back up to get to the old city. And to tell you the truth, I was 115 pounds heavier at the time. And it was friggin' hot that day. So when I get back up to the old city, I'm winded. So I sat on a bench like 20 feet outside the Iron Gate, which is one of the gates of the old city. Mm-hmm. And there's a woman sitting there, and she says hi, and I said hi. And she asked me where I was from, and I said DC. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Brooklyn. Isn't this city amazing? Yeah, it's amazing, but I can't believe how they treat the Palestinians, etc. So we're just sitting there chatting. And as I'm talking to her, I'm watching, again, from 20 feet away, I'm watching the actual entrance to the Iron Gate, which isn't iron, it's stone. But anyway, there were 3 IDF soldiers standing in the Iron Gate, and they're just standing there milling around. And it's this hustle and bustle of Palestinians holding, crates of fruits and vegetables, dates, and they're going about their day, trading, buying, selling. There's this one Palestinian guy who's kind of milling around. One of the IDF soldiers went over, and he was about 10 feet away, went over to ask him, what are you doing? And as the soldier went over there, he pulls out a knife and he stabs the guy twice. He stabs the soldier twice in the stomach, right underneath the bulletproof vest that he was wearing. Immediately, one of the other soldiers put up his gun and shot him and killed him. Right there in front of my eyes. This woman I'm with screams, and I said, we better get the hell out of here because they're going to lock it down. I took off. I was directly across the sidewalk, the walkway from the back entrance to the Rockefeller Archaeological Museum. So I ran that way, came out on the other side, went to my hotel, and called Sputnik. And she ran the other way back to the Mount of Olives. They locked down the entire old city of Jerusalem. And if I hadn't been able to run like that, I would have been caught up in all that hell. I mean, within minutes, helicopters flying around, everything's locked down, armored personnel carriers entering the old city. It was awful. And then I put on the Israeli news, the English language Israeli news, just to see what they were saying about this. And it was, they hate us more than they love life itself. It is only by the grace of God that our man wasn't killed. You can see that they have only murder in their hearts. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's like they don't see it.
They just don't see it.
It's the most bizarre thing. I remember I was having a conversation. I was interviewing, I guess it was a debate with Benjamin Netanyahu's press guy once. And to me, the most rational thing in the world is, do you understand that because of the way you treat them, you're creating your monsters?
They don't get it.
Completely over his head. Completely over his head. It's just,
you know, I gave a talk to the Canadian Foreign Ministry on Thursday last week. Big thing. I had 125 people show up for the Zoom call. And one of the very first questions they asked me was, how do we get out of this constant cycle of terrorism and war? And I said, you know, this was one of the very first lessons that I learned when I was the head of counterterrorism operations in Pakistan for the CIA. I said, we started capturing Al-Qaeda fighters immediately. As soon as I arrived, we would just bust down the door and grab these guys. And the shock for me was that, to a man, they were all children, 18, 19, 20 years old. And they all told exactly the same story. They were from isolated villages in their home countries, all across the Middle East. They couldn't read or write. They had no job skills. They wanted to get married. But no man would let his daughter marry some kid who can't read, can't write, and doesn't know how to do a job. So the local imam said, why do you want to stay in this village? You should go to Afghanistan and make jihad against the Americans, and we'll give you $300 a month. And if you're martyred, we'll give your parents a $500 martyrdom bonus. And I said, these guys couldn't find the United States on a map. They had no idea what U.S. policy was. There was no inherent or intrinsic hatred of the United States. It's that they were poor and they had no hope. So I said, if you want to know how to get out of this cycle of violence and terrorism, education and economic development.
Yeah.
And I would tell the Israelis exactly the same thing. You can't kill everybody. You may think you can, but you can't. And the only way to get out of this is you have to give people a reason to want to lay down their arms. You have to allow them self-determination. You have to allow them to develop their economy. You have to allow them to raise happy families. Give them something to live for. You can't just occupy their land, steal their homes, starve their children, shoot their fathers, blow up their hospitals. That's not tenable. But the Israelis don't want to hear that.
No, they don't. John, always appreciate you, man.
My pleasure. It's good to see you again.
One last thing. What do you think happens from here?
I think
Israel has already, they've never accepted a ceasefire.
Yeah.
And but oddly enough, and I guess there are two parts to this. One, they've never accepted a ceasefire, meaning they're bombing Lebanon today. They've been killing people left and right.
That's right. And that's another thing that hasn't quite made the American media. They're bombing the hell out of Lebanon the last couple of days. Nobody's paying any attention. This is an untenable situation. It's funny. We talk a lot about the 67 war, the 73 war. We don't talk so much about the 82 war, where the Israelis got their asses kicked in Lebanon and had to withdraw. Mm-hmm. We don't talk about the first and second intifadas, where the Israelis got their asses kicked again. And so, they're going to have to come up with some sort of proposal, or maybe have a proposal imposed on them, because you and I, Jamaro, are not the only ones watching this news footage of starving children. We're not talking about Yemen here or Somalia. We're talking about Israel, a first world country. And they are consciously and purposefully starving children to death. It's untenable.
John Kiriakou, he is, there we are, former CIA officer, author, speaker. Books include The CIA Insider's Guide to the Iran Crisis, The Reluctant Spy. Also, you can find John on 2 shows. Please give us those 2 shows, John.
Deep Program, that's along with Ted Rawl. And the other is called Deep Focus with John Kiriakou.
Deep Focus. John, thank you for this, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy. Good to
Be
see
safe,
you.
okay? Have a good one. All right. What time is it? Oh, we're pretty much at the end. Shout out to John. I always appreciate talking to him. He has some of the most fascinating stories of anybody that you would ever talk to. Yeah, it's depressing. To show you what I've been watching for the last few days. There's this trigger warning, by the way. Just starving child. And she's not the only one. You have this, again, trigger warning. And, just to make the point clear, out of the 400,000 people that are dead, half of them are children. And that doesn't even account for the kids that are missing limbs, burns. I can show you kids missing arms, missing legs. I disagree with John on this. I think the world has made the choice that there is a disposable group of people, and they just so happen to live in Gaza. And if they drop the nuke, maybe the world would say something different, but those pictures aren't rare. I can show you a guy carrying a sack of flour and being bombed by a drone. They know he's carrying the flour and they hit him anyway. I can show you Israeli soldiers where they said, I felt like we were the Nazis. I was like, yeah, you are the Nazis. And that they were the Jews. Yeah, they are the Jews. You are the Nazis. You get that right. You got that completely right. And then when people chant death to the IDF, all of a sudden people have their panties in a bunch. Why do you have your fucking panties in a bunch? Look at what you're effectively doing. You have kids walking around like skeletons, like they're ghosts that you on purpose did. I mean, for fuck's sake, I could show you video footage of people trying to get food and being shot at. I could show you the video footage where Israeli soldiers admit we were told to fire at starving people when they were trying to get food. This is the daily reality of a disposable class of people that we have just decided don't matter. And so when the media is bitching about the death to the IDF thing, what are they not showing when they're bitching about this? What they're not showing is why somebody would say it. It's not just a person being hateful. For one, he didn't say anything about Jews. He said the IDF. He's talking about soldiers. He's talking about the military. I have no issue with the quote, with the chant, zero. If you're going to act like a Nazi, you should be treated like a Nazi. And there's a special place in heaven for the death of Nazis. Let's go to the chants. It's frustrating. It's deeply frustrating. We have watched for 2 years Israel murder wholesale women, children, babies, etc. And it's not like it was being hidden. You can watch it on social media every day. The media didn't care. The US didn't care, not just didn't care, backed it, paid for it, defended it. When they were going to the ICJ saying it is perfectly okay to starve that child, that is within Israel's right to do. It is our government made the argument that this child, Israel had every right to do this. US government did that. Errata Santos, how can someone consider 400,000 people slaughtered in Gaza a, quote, success, unquote, of Iran, China, or anybody? It is a global defeat. Humanity has lost the right to exist after that. I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Full stop. I feel the same way. When there's a and three body, it's gotten me to the point where I don't care what happens to humanity. That's my feeling. That's just my strong, overwhelming feeling. I don't give a shit. When in Three Body, there's a scene where they were going through the Chinese Revolution. And as they were going through the Chinese Revolution, her dad was killed. Her mom disowned the dad because of the revolution stuff. Science was fundamentally ignored and considered to be a capitalist lie. She was put in prison, tortured. And, when she finally contacted, it was like an alien species, and they sent a word back saying, hey, I am a pacifist. The rest of my country is not, the rest of this world is not. Do not contact us again. And she immediately contacts them again and effectively says, we can't control our own affairs. Her point of view is, fuck it. We can't control our own affairs. Humanity is trash. Come get us. Yeah, Estrada, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Or Edoras, I feel the same way. Or I just said Santos because I'm butchering your first name. James Brown, I got soul. America's first, not Americans first. Yes. Yes. But you must understand, though, it's a capitalist country. And I know they try to act like there's a great difference between a communist country. Okay, but the difference is one of ideologies. In the same way that a communist country has an overriding ideological underpinning to it. So does a capitalist country. The only trick in that is they made you think that it's like a fish in water, as if this capitalist system is the most natural thing in the world, as opposed to whereas a communist country is ruler of the proletariat. In this case, you have ruled by the 1%. But they make you think it's fish and water. This is just natural. This is the normal way of operation. When it's not, any more than a communist government or any more than any random government that the people come up with and instantiate on the public. Because you think it's natural, and because you think the system is you're fish in water, you don't really see the mechanics of the system itself. At least I know my channel does, but most people don't. They just consider it to be, quote unquote, normal. It's not normal. Now, the point that I'm trying to make in this is, it's ruled by the 1%. That if you have means, meaning you are as free as your wallet allows you to be free. If you have $1 billion, you can go to the moon. If you are broke, well, you have the freedom to die on the street, hungry, without healthcare. It's ruled by cash. If you're in the top 1%, then your freedom on some level is ensured because you're in that top 1% and you have the means in order to control it. When they're saying we, and they're using these terms like we, our, etc., they're not talking about you. They're talking about people of means. There's a difference in those things. It's the collective we that makes it seem as if you're included in that. You're not. You are not. Wandy, USA, our Zionist owner since 1913 is evidenced by annual Bilderberg, what is this, empty meetings? I think there's meetings. Believe we are slave and collateral damage to achieve their objectives, ownership of resources everywhere, JFK, Gaddafi. Here's the thing. A government is a very hard thing to keep track of. It's because you're dealing with so many people and you're dealing with certain rules and everything else. If you're not paying attention to it, it will get away from you. Just saying. The mechanics are there, but you need a public that is oriented and educated in a way to pay attention to those mechanics. If you do not have that public, then you effectively have an edifice that is being used and manipulated by other forces within the context of a country. Oftentimes the 1%, oftentimes people in a political space that are paid by the 1% to accomplish certain political objectives. But the device is there. The device is there. Look, if you had a school system that was instrumental in orienting people to, let's say, management of the government, then you may have a different country. That is not the country you have. We barely teach civics. I don't even know if they still have civics in classes. And even then, you're too young to kind of quite get it. It's not drilled into you in a way where it's kind of an ideological underpinning of it. So when you grow up understanding it, you grow up paying attention to it, you grow up understanding what happens when you lose control of it. That's not our world. We grew up, Xbox, sex, movies, food, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, Wandy, I'm going to put a yes and no on that. I'm going to put a yes and no. Let's see. What's the next one? Wandy, no tax on tips and overtime all expire. Yes. And I did hit that. I did bring that up. Expires in 2028. So all of this other stuff, that's enshrined. No tax on tips. Up in 2 years. Wanda USA, bill is too big to pass. The bill should be submitted individually. It is the imperative of MAGA to stay relevant. If we can't control bills, MAGA sign. Well, if you remember, Wandy, that was the whole Republican thing, right? Republicans were supposed to break those bills into individual components. So you didn't have these kind of massive bills. That was the whole Republican thing. They used to bitch about Democrats with that. Amazing how that goes away the moment they get in power. Now, I got to be honest with you. I don't have this belief that people's belief systems are real. I think those things are politically motivated. Yes, they will bitch and moan when they're not in power, but the moment they get in power, they're going to do the exact same thing. I don't believe that these people have real, honest values in the sense of the word. I think they virtue signal. And they would come up with whatever excuse they would try to make up. I remember when I was talking to this Democrat, and I pointed out, I said, dude, Obama was using the Espionage Act more than anybody else to go after media. And he was like, well, no, it's different when Obama was doing it because Obama was following all of these laws. It's like, was he going after people who was exposing state secrets, whistleblowers, yay or nay? Well, he did, but he did it for this. Meaning, because it was Obama, it was different. And I'm saying the same thing is true for Trump. Most of these people who say they believe these things don't. It's purely reflexive. It's purely dependent upon where they stand, meaning whether they're at the edge of that knife or whether they're holding that knife. And their point of view will change accordingly. Call me cynical, but tell me how I'm wrong. You may have a rando Christian in the Republican Party that cares about kids. And they would say they care about kids until you get to Gaza, in which case they don't give a shit about those kids being murdered. They're fine with baby killing. They're fine with children killing. They're fine with those things. But then they would say, well, we're against abortion. Why are you against abortion? Because God doesn't like kids being killed, and we believe that that zygote is a child of God. But it doesn't follow. Meaning, if that is your point of view, that needs to be your point of view. It's an absolute. And I'm saying it's not. I'm saying it's not. So Wandy, yes, totally. Doc J04, could Mark comment on rumors that Russia's air defense failed in Iran's 12-day war? I don't think Russia air defense was in Iran's 12-day war. If you remember, Iran didn't accept Russian air defense. They didn't accept it. They didn't take it. Putin offered, apparently, and they told him no. Now, part of that has to do with kind of what Mark was saying about this notion of distrust, that there is a history that has created a certain amount of distrust in Iran in regards to, let's say, losing independent control of their defense and security. The other part of that is independent control. They want control. They want to be able to control their own affairs. And so the S-400s, S-300s were not in this war. They were using their own air defense. Pink Rose, I really had no idea about Israel until October 2023. Really? Fascist, racist, hateful, settler colonial state that treats the Palestinians as if they were animals. They've become the Nazis. They've become the Nazis. And by the way, don't take my word for it. This. Every random blue moon, you get Israeli soldier saying the quiet part out loud. Felt like a Nazi in Gaza. It looked exactly like we were the actual Nazis and they were the Jews. Yes, because you are. You are. When I call them Nazis, I'm not saying it metaphorically. I'm calling you what you act like. Nazis was a certain ideology, supremacist ideology, that had no issue murdering and exterminating the Jewish population. Okay, Zionism is the exact same thing. It may be, different around the edges, but for all intents and purposes, the way it shows out in real life, Nazis. Call them what they are. Jody 8 became a YouTube member. Welcome to the family, Jody. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the family. Jody, you became a family member twice. Welcome to the family again, Jody. Welcome twice. Pink Rose. I would never have understood why my children get to live in safety because I live in the West, but other children don't get the same right. Hard pill to swallow, always thinking of Gaza. Yeah, it's a tough one, right? It's a quirk of nature. Quirk of nature. You could have been born there. You could have easily been born there. And if people are robots and the same spark that's in you is the same spark that's in somebody else, just oriented to a different household, family, race, etc., then those people in Gaza are you. And they are you. They're all of us. Wanda USA has become a member. Welcome to the family, Wanda. Wandy, I'm sorry. Welcome to the family. All right, guys, I'm going to end this. I'm going to end this. It is a test for humanity. Well, we failed that test. We have failed that test. I'm going to say like. I'm going to say share. Jamal, you have to read the history, the real history of World War II, the Jews that are lying to you right now about everything about Gaza, lied to you about everything about World War II. Okay, sure. I'm not going down that road. I understand. Look, man, just because Israelis are hateful, racist, bigoted, there are environmental reasons or rationale for why they're behaving in the way that they behave. It's not a justification for it. I'm just saying you have a culture that brainwashes its population, where when they are kids, they are brought up into this, we're victims, we're permanent victims, even when we're committing atrocities, we're victims, etc. And a lot of this stuff is just based on we want to steal the land. And so we need to come up with a rationale to steal the land. I don't need to add shit to it for it to be less grotesque. Meaning, I don't have to undercut the fact that the Holocaust existed for what they're doing now to be grotesque. It doesn't justify shit. The notion that blacks were slaves, and so 50, 80 years later, we commit an atrocity and somehow that's okay because we were slaves. It's nonsense. Fucking nonsense. I'm saying I don't have to take away one thing to make something else unjustified or worse. It's unjustified regardless of what took place in the Second World War. All right, I'm going to end this. I'm going to say like, I'm going to say share, I'm going to say subscribe. I want to thank all of you for joining me, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good one. All be safe. Be kind to the degree that you can be kind. I'll see you tomorrow.